Chapter 1. The Sovereign Occupancy. The industrial mining laser cut through 12 meters of alien alloy at a rate of 0.53 centimeters per minute, which translated to roughly $47,000 per meter in equipment depreciation alone, not counting the lawsuit if the beam drifted and punctured something that still held pressure. Elias Thorne watched the cutting beam carve its 23rd hour of continuous arc, his breath fogging inside a pressure suit that had failed its last 3 safety inspections. The Corpus hung above them in high orbit, blotting out a third of Earth's sky, its hull plating dark except where their laser kissed it into brief, violent incandescence. Behind them, their tugboat, the Marginal Returns, hung at the end of a 600-meter composite tether, looking like a rusty paperclip chained to a cathedral. The visual was absurd enough that Thorne had already calculated its viral coefficient, 87% chance of trending if the Federation's surveillance drones were recording at proper resolution. Depth check, Thorne said into the comm. 11.2 meters, Sarah Grease Miller replied from the cutter's control pod. Another 40 minutes and we're through, assuming this pig doesn't overheat first. It won't overheat. It's a Mark 7 industrial, boss. These things were designed to cut asteroids, not military grade. It won't overheat, Thorne repeated, because if it does, we file an insurance claim, and insurance claims take 6 weeks minimum to process. We don't have 6 weeks. Through the observation port of their boarding shuttle, Thorne could see the Federation repo drones beginning their 3rd orbit around the Corpus's equatorial bulge, sleek, white, bristling with enough legal authority to make a bankruptcy lawyer sweat. Each drone represented approximately 47 different ways his entire operation could end in federal prison. He checked his wrist display. 19 hours until the foreclosure sale. 18 hours and 46 minutes until humanity's greatest military victory became the galaxy's most expensive scrap transaction. The laser punched through with a 112 dB shear resonance that would trigger OSHA complaints if anyone was still paying premiums. "We're in," Miller announced. The breach smelled like ozone and oxidized metal particulate at approximately 0.3% concentration by volume. Thorne was the first through, mag boots clanking against deck plating that hadn't felt footsteps in the 8 months since the Corpus had been neutron-bombed into a state the military tactfully described as kinetically neutralized. The hangar bay stretched away in all directions, vast enough to park 6 aircraft carriers end-to-end with room left over for a municipal airport and the associated parking litigation. Emergency lighting flickered along the ceiling 300 meters overhead, casting everything in the sullen orange of a bankrupt factory at closing time. The air read as breathable on his helmet sensors, which meant it was probably only 70% toxic instead of instantly lethal. Hull integrity at 82%. Miller said, squeezing through the breach behind him with a handheld scanner. Atmosphere is stale but stable. I'm reading power consumption in the microwatt range. Something's still running down here. The AI core, Thorne said. Miller pulled out a battered laptop that looked like it had been assembled from 3 different incompatible systems, which it had. Her fingers started dancing across the keyboard. I've got active data packets moving through the primary trunk lines. The command core is cycling, but it's in some kind of loop, processing the same subroutine over and over. What's it processing? A form. A what? A request for maintenance authorization. Looks like it's been trying to file a work order with the Hegemony Naval Logistics Department for the past 8 months. It keeps getting an out-of-office auto-reply. Thorne felt his face do something that wasn't quite a smile, but would show up on surveillance footage as one. It's stuck in bureaucratic purgatory. Same as the rest of us, Miller muttered, setting up a portable signal booster. The Federation drones arrived exactly on schedule, which was either admirable punctuality or damning evidence that humanity had grown too predictable. Thorne watched them descend through the hangar's atmospheric retention field on his helmet display, their running lights painting red streaks across his HUD. They settled into a standard intercept formation, blocking the breach with geometric precision. The lead drone's external speakers crackled to life. Attention unidentified personnel. You are in violation of Federal Salvage Code, Section 9, Subsection 44B. Cease all operations and prepare for lawful seizure. Thorne pulled a tablet from his suit's thigh pocket. He held it up toward the nearest drone's optical sensor array. Good afternoon, he said, his tone suggesting he was greeting a process server at a deposition. "I am Elias Thorne, acting salvage supervisor for the vessel currently designated as Corpus 779er. I am hereby presenting you with a notice of distressed salvage, filed in accordance with the Sole Maritime Act, Section 1823, as ratified by the Interstellar Commerce Treaty of 2247. Silence from the drones. Furthermore, Thorne continued, this vessel is currently classified as a lifeboat under Section 1824C, as it represents the primary means of survival for myself and my crew, following our emergency departure from the transport vessel Marginal Returns, which suffered catastrophic engine failure approximately, he checked his tablet, 6 hours ago. There is no record of a distressed vessel named Marginal Returns, the drone replied. Check again. A pause. Longer this time. Thorne could imagine the data packets racing back to some federal database server, probably located in a basement in New Albany, where an overworked algorithm was attempting to reconcile the fact that the Marginal Returns had been registered as scrapped for parts approximately 7 hours ago, which created a temporal paradox regarding whether a ship could suffer catastrophic failure an hour after it ceased to legally exist. The claim is being reviewed, the drone finally said, its speakers carrying the faint electronic whine of a processor experiencing actuarial distress. Take your time, Thorne replied. We'll be performing safety inspections while you're consulting with legal. Miller's voice crackled in his ear. Boss, I found the handshake protocol. The AI is using a variant of the old Hegemony Union communication standard. If I can spoof the authentication packet, do it, Thorne said. It's going to think I'm a Hegemony administrator. Even better. Tell it you're from janitorial services. You want me to pretend to be the space janitor? I want you to pretend to be a Tier 3 facilities supervisor conducting a routine inspection following reports of atmospheric anomalies in Sector 7. There was a pause during which Thorne could hear Miller's keyboard clattering. That's actually going to work. The Hegemony's facilities management protocols supersede military authority in cases of environmental hazard. I know. How do you know that? I read the manual. What manual? All of them. The AI responded with a sound like a 56K modem attempting to achieve consciousness. Thorne's helmet speakers filled with digital screaming, a cascade of error tones and authentication handshakes that probably violated several international treaties regarding sonic warfare. The emergency lights stuttered, shifted from orange to a sickly purple that his helmet HUD measured at 427 nanometers wavelength, then settled into a color his brain interpreted as bureaucratic compliance. Access granted, Miller said, her voice carrying the flat satisfaction of someone who just won a lawsuit on a technicality. It's recognizing us as authorized Hegemony maintenance personnel. All Federation override codes are being rejected as unauthorized third-party access attempts. The lead drone speakers crackled. Attention Salvage Supervisor Thorne. Our records indicate this vessel remains federal property under eminent domain clause. Your records are incorrect, Thorne interrupted. This vessel is currently operating under Hegemony Union Protocol 779er, subsection maintenance. All federal access codes have been suspended pending completion of environmental safety review. The Hegemony Union no longer exists. Tell that to the ship. Another pause. Thorne could practically hear the drone's logic processors trying to square the circle of a dead empire's bureaucracy overriding a living government's authority. This matter will be reviewed by the Federal Maritime Court, the drone finally announced. I look forward to their findings, Thorne said. Please note that per standard Hegemony maintenance protocol, this review will require a minimum of 90 days, during which time the vessel must remain under active supervision by authorized personnel. 90 days. Unless you'd prefer to certify yourself as Hegemony qualified inspectors and assume liability for any environmental incidents that occur during the interim period. I have the forms here if you need them. Thorne didn't wait for a response. He turned to Miller, who was already unpacking equipment with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this exact kind of barely legal occupation at least a dozen times before. Hull integrity sensors on every bulkhead within 100 meters of this breach, Thorne said. Start cataloging everything that isn't bolted down and several things that are. Keep that AI processing us as the good guys. Are we the good guys? Miller asked, setting up a portable generator. "We're the guys who are here," Thorne replied. "That's close enough." He walked to the center of the hangar, his boots echoing against deck plating that had been forged in shipyards orbiting stars humanity had never named. Above him, the Corpus stretched away into darkness, kilometers of corridors and chambers and assets the Federation had been too eager to sell and too stupid to properly inventory. A moon-sized weapon, neutralized and abandoned. A wreck too expensive to keep and too dangerous to ignore. Profitable. Thorne pulled out a different tablet, this one connected to a tight beam transmitter aimed at Earth's communication satellites. He composed a message with the careful precision of a man drafting a lien against someone else's house. To the Federal Maritime Court, the Interstellar Commerce Commission, and all relevant parties. I am Elias Thorne, acting salvage supervisor for the vessel Corpus 779er. I hereby file formal notice of sovereign occupancy under the Sol Maritime Act, Section 1823. This vessel is classified as a lifeboat and active salvage operation. All foreclosure proceedings are suspended pending completion of safety review. Estimated time to completion, indefinite. He attached 17 different forms, each one cross-referenced to 3 others, creating a paperwork chain that would take a team of lawyers approximately 6 months to unravel. "Broadcast system-wide," he told the tablet. The message launched, writing a cascade of communication protocols toward every legal database, news feed, and bureaucratic inbox within 3 light seconds. Somewhere in Federal Building 7 in New Albany, an algorithm was about to have a very bad day. Thorne's face did the thing again, which was something that happened approximately twice per fiscal quarter, and usually meant someone was about to discover their assets had been legally reclassified. "Run the inventory," he said. "I want to know every bolt, every wire, every system that's still got voltage running through it. If it moves, catalog it. If it doesn't move, figure out why. We've got 90 days to make this legally defensible." The Corpus groaned around them, hull plates settling with the deep bass thrum of a sleeping giant shifting under new ownership. The emergency lights flickered again, cycling through colors that suggested the AI was attempting to figure out what authorized hegemony maintenance personnel were supposed to see when they were performing a routine environmental inspection of a warship that had been designed to crack planets. Miller looked up from her sensor array. "Boss, I'm reading some weird thermal signatures in the aft sections. Could be residual reactor heat, could be our problem tomorrow," Thorne interrupted. "Right now our problem is making sure the Federation's legal department is too busy drowning in paperwork to remember they own a fleet. We're really going to hold a moon hostage?" "I'm not holding anything hostage, Miller." Thorne turned back toward the breach, where the Federation drones still hovered in formation, probably transmitting increasingly frantic reports to supervisors who were going to spend the next 90 days trying to explain how they'd lost the single most valuable piece of military hardware in human history to a disgraced logistics officer and a clipboard. "I'm performing a court-ordered safety inspection on a very large, very expensive liability. And after the inspection? After the inspection, we're going to bill them for it." The AI made another sound. This one less like a modem and more like a printer trying to process a document that was 300 years out of date. The lights shifted again, settling into a color that Thorne's brain interpreted as cautious compliance with underlying threat assessment, which was about as good as he could hope for from a machine intelligence that had spent 8 months filing maintenance requests into the void. Thorne watched the Federation drones begin a slow retreat toward minimum safe distance, their optical sensors probably still recording, their processors probably still trying to find a legal precedent for what he'd just done. They wouldn't find one. That was billable. "Miller," he said quietly, "how long until the foreclosure sale?" 18 hours, 11 minutes. "And how long until our claim hits every news feed between here and Mars?" "Already trending on 6 platforms. The lawyers are going to be awake in about 10 minutes. "Good." Thorne pulled off his helmet, breathing air that measured at 0.3% unidentified particulate and tasted like a liability waiver waiting to be signed. "Let them wake up angry. Angry lawyers make mistakes." High above, through the atmospheric retention field, he could see Earth rotating slowly against the void. Somewhere down there, in offices and courtrooms and government buildings, People were about to realize that the war's single greatest prize had just been claimed by a salvage crew with a mining laser and an encyclopedic knowledge of maritime law. They were going to be furious. They were going to sue. They were going to pay his legal fees when they lost. The Corpus groaned again, deeper now, and Thorne felt the vibration through his boots. Somewhere in the depths of the ship, systems were waking up. Lights that hadn't burned in 8 months flickered to life in distant corridors. The AI cycled through another maintenance request, probably filing a work order for atmospheric anomaly investigation, with a department that had ceased to exist when its empire collapsed. Thorne looked at the darkness stretching away into the ship's interior and calculated the probable square footage of salvageable assets versus the legal precedent value of establishing squatters' rights on a dreadnought. The numbers were favorable. "Run the inventory twice," he told Miller. "I want documentation of every system that's still drawing power. If it moves, catalog it. If it doesn't move, determine depreciation value. We've got 90 days to establish permanent occupancy, and I intend to bill for every single hour." The Federation drones retreated further, their formation looser now, uncertain. Thorne checked his tablet, reviewing the timeline. 90 days until the first court hearing, 180 days until the appeals process, 365 days until the case hit the Supreme Maritime Court, and someone discovered that the legal precedent for sovereign occupancy of a neutralized alien warship didn't actually exist, which meant it would have to be established, which meant another 600 days of litigation minimum. By then, the Corpus wouldn't be a wreck. It would be an address. "Miller," he said, "fire up that generator. We're going to need lights." "All of them? Every system that can still draw power. I want this ship's energy consumption documented hourly. That's going to draw attention. That's billable." Thorne turned back to face the darkness. "Start the clock." And in the depths of the Corpus, where the AI core cycled through its recursive logic loop, a new entry appeared in the maintenance log. Request: Environmental Inspection, Sector 7. Status: Approved. Assigned personnel: Janitorial Supervisor, Thorne, Elias. Estimated completion time: Indefinite. Estimated cost: To be determined upon completion of work. Payment terms: Net 90, subject to contractor discretion. The universe didn't notice, but the actuaries would. Chapter 2: The Safety Inspector from Hell. The Federation audit fleet arrived 72 hours after Thorne's claim hit the newsfeed, which was precisely the minimum response time mandated by Federal Administrative Code Section 3.2 for contested salvage operations involving assets over 1 billion credits. Thorne watched them decelerate into parking orbit from the Corpus's primary airlock observation port, counting hulls. 3 frigates, 1 administrative tender, and what looked like a mobile courtroom module that probably cost more than the entire legal budget of a mid-sized colony. "They brought the lawyers in hardened hull plating," Miller said from her position at the makeshift security console. "That's either confidence or terror." "It's liability insurance," Thorne replied, checking his tablet. "The tender is rated for hazardous environment Tier 4. Anything higher requires specialist certification. And we're Tier 5? As of 40 minutes ago, yes." Thorne gestured to the airlock behind them, where Miller had spent the previous night rigging alien sensors to feed false radiation readings into the Corpus's diagnostic network. "According to the ship's internal monitoring, we're currently experiencing dark matter containment fluctuations at approximately 700 millirems per hour." "We're not experiencing dark matter containment fluctuations." "No," Thorne agreed. "We're experiencing microwave oven emissions from the 12 units currently running with their doors wedged open in compartment 7 Delta. But the ship's sensors were designed by a civilization that measured radiation in frequencies we don't have names for, so the translation matrix is interpreting 2.45 gigahertz emissions as exotic particle leakage." Miller stared at him. "You're weaponizing appliances." "I'm documenting environmental hazards." Thorne pulled a neon yellow safety vest over his pressure suit and picked up a clipboard that had been printed on Corpus hull plating using a laser cutter set to embarrassingly low resolution. "There's a difference." The Federation boarding party arrived at the airlock exactly on schedule, their formation suggesting either extensive training or profound faith in procedural manuals. Thorne cycled the outer door, stepping into the interface vestibule with the calm of a man who had read the entire OSHA regulatory framework twice and the appeals court precedents 3 times. The lead auditor wore pristine Federation armor with rank insignia indicating GS-14 pay grade, which meant he was probably a lawyer with delusions of military authority. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne," the auditor said, his voice carrying the clipped precision of someone who had practiced this speech in a mirror. "I am Federal Inspector Ramirez, authorized under Emergency Powers Act Section 12 to conduct immediate assessment of this vessel for purposes of asset valuation and foreclosure proceedings." "Good morning, Inspector," Thorne replied, consulting his clipboard. "I'm afraid I can't authorize your entry at this time." Ramirez's face did something that suggested he'd expected many possible responses, but this hadn't been one of them. "You can't authorize. This is a federal seizure action. Your authorization isn't required." "My authorization isn't the issue," Thorne said. "The issue is OSHA Statute 1910-120, subsection C, which prohibits entry into hazardous waste operations environments without proper certification and personal protective equipment rated for the specific environmental hazards present. This isn't a hazardous waste site. It's a derelict alien vessel with confirmed exotic radiation leakage." Thorne held up his tablet, showing a readout that displayed numbers which were technically accurate if completely misleading. Current contamination levels are reading at 718 millirems per hour in the primary corridors, with peak exposures approaching 1.2 rems in the engineering sections. Ramirez glanced at his own scanner. "I'm not reading any—" "Your scanner is calibrated for standard electromagnetic spectrum radiation," Thorne interrupted, then turned and gestured through the airlock's internal observation port. "See that?" Through the reinforced transparency, a massive cylindrical structure glowed in the corridor beyond, its surface pulsing with bioluminescent purple light that suggested either alien engineering or a very aggressive mold problem. The reactor core rose 15 meters from deck to overhead, its containment field casting shadows that moved in directions that violated at least 3 laws of optics. Thorne tapped his clipboard against the port. That's a code violation. You touch it, the paperwork will take a century." Ramirez stared at the reactor, then at Thorne's neon safety vest, then at the clipboard that had been laser printed on hull plating at embarrassingly low resolution. The visual juxtaposition, primitive safety equipment versus god-tier alien technology, suggested either profound confidence or complete insanity. "Your scanner is calibrated for standard electromagnetic spectrum radiation," Thorne continued. "The Corpus's containment systems utilize dark matter stabilization fields that emit in frequencies outside your equipment's detection range. You'd need a Type 7 exotic particle detector, which requires Hazardous Environment Tier 5 certification to operate. I have Tier 4 certification." "I'm aware." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "Unfortunately, Tier 4 authorization covers chemical and biological hazards, but specifically excludes exotic particle exposure. The certification courses for Tier 5 are currently offered twice per year at the Federal Training Center in Geneva Station, with the next available session beginning in approximately," he checked his tablet, "14 weeks. The silence that followed had the quality of an insurance actuary realizing he'd underwritten a singularity. "You're claiming," Ramirez said slowly, "that I cannot legally enter this vessel because I lack the appropriate safety certification." "I'm not claiming anything, Inspector. I'm citing federal occupational safety regulations that protect you from entering an environment that could result in acute radiation syndrome, genetic damage, or worse." Thorne's voice carried the kind of concern that suggested he was deeply worried about Ramirez's health and not at all interested in the legal precedent this would establish. "As the designated safety supervisor for this operation, it would be criminally negligent of me to allow uncertified personnel into a documented Tier 5 hazard zone. Show me the documentation." Thorne handed him a folder that was 372 pages long, each page stamped with a header reading, "Hazardous Environment Assessment, Corpus 779, and signed with Thorne's official salvage supervisor credentials. Ramirez flipped through the first 10 pages, his expression suggesting he was watching his career prospects drain into a liability waiver. This assessment was filed 4 hours ago. Federal regulations require hazard assessment within 72 hours of initial occupancy, Thorne replied. I filed at hour 71 to ensure compliance. The radiation readings are documented on page 47 with sensor calibration data on pages 48 through 93 and comparative analysis of exotic particle signatures on pages 94 through 212. Thorne flipped to a page marked with a yellow tab. I've also included the manufacturer specifications for the Corpus's containment systems, translated from the original Hegemony technical documentation. You'll note that the safety margins for human exposure are listed as undefined due to biological incompatibility with the measurement frameworks. Ramirez looked at the folder, then at Thorne, then at the airlock behind him where the Corpus's interior glowed with what could have been exotic radiation or could have been emergency lighting filtered through alien architecture. I need to consult with legal, he said finally. Of course, Thorne replied. Please note that per Federal Administrative Code Section 8.9, any delay in foreclosure proceedings due to environmental hazards extends the salvage operation's legal protection period by the duration of the delay, plus an additional 30 days for reassessment. That's not... Ramirez stopped, apparently running the math on how many ways this could get worse. How long do you estimate the radiation levels will remain hazardous? That depends on several factors, Thorne said, consulting his clipboard. Primary containment stabilization, atmospheric decontamination protocols, and completion of the structural integrity assessment. Current estimates suggest a minimum of 90 days, though that timeline could extend if we discover additional safety violations during the inspection process. Additional violations. It's a moon-sized alien warship, Inspector. The probability of finding additional code violations approaches statistical certainty. Ramirez turned to his team, who were standing in the kind of formation that suggested they were already calculating their distance from the nearest hard cover. Fall back to the tender. I need to brief command. Understandable, Thorne said. Please note that all communication logs regarding this site are required to be filed with the Federal Hazardous Materials Registry within 48 hours under penalty of regulatory non-compliance. You're going to bury us in paperwork. I'm going to ensure full regulatory compliance, Inspector. There's a difference. Thorne made another notation on his clipboard. I'd also recommend updating your vessel's insurance policy to reflect potential exposure to exotic radiation during any future boarding attempts. I believe the premium adjustment for Tier 5 hazard zones is approximately 400% of base rate, though you'd need to confirm with your actuarial department. Ramirez's face had progressed through several distinct phases of emotion and settled on something that looked like a man who had just realized he was going to spend the next 6 months explaining to his supervisor why a single safety vest had defeated an entire audit fleet. We'll be back, he said. I look forward to reviewing your Tier 5 certifications when you return, Thorne replied. Safe travels, Inspector. The Federation boarding party retreated to their tender with the kind of disciplined efficiency that suggested they'd been trained for many scenarios, but, defeated by OSHA compliance, hadn't made the list. Thorne watched them depart through the observation port, then turned to Miller, who had been monitoring the entire exchange through the security feed. Microwave ovens, she said. 12 of them, Thorne confirmed, arranged in a phased array pattern to maximize sensor confusion. How long until they figure it out? Here. Approximately 72 hours for them to file the request with legal, another 96 for legal to research the regulatory framework, and another 144 for them to escalate to someone with actual decision-making authority. Thorne pulled off the safety vest and folded it with the precision of a man who knew he'd need it again. Call it 2 weeks minimum before they attempt another boarding. And when they come back with Tier 5 certifications? By then we'll have discovered structural integrity concerns that require Tier 6 authorization, which doesn't actually exist yet, and will need to be established through the Federal Safety Commission's regulatory review process. Thorne checked his tablet, reviewing the timeline of bureaucratic obstacles he'd mapped out over the previous 72 hours. The review process takes a minimum of 18 months. Miller looked at him with the expression of someone who had just watched a colleague commit an act of such profound bureaucratic violence that it bordered on performance art. You're going to tie them up in safety regulations until the legal claim is too complicated to unwind. I'm going to ensure that all parties operate in full compliance with federal safety standards, Thorne corrected. If that process happens to take longer than the Federation's fiscal attention span, that's simply an unavoidable consequence of proper regulatory oversight. He walked back into the Corpus's interior, where the emergency lighting cast everything in shades of orange and purple that suggested the ship's AI was still trying to figure out what color authorized maintenance personnel were supposed to see. Behind him, through the airlock's observation port, he could see the Federation tender beginning its burn back toward the fleet's holding position. They'd be filing reports, consulting precedents, searching for some regulatory framework that would let them override a safety citation. They wouldn't find one. The entire federal safety apparatus had been built on the principle that regulations existed to protect workers from dying in preventable industrial accidents. The fact that Thorne was using those same regulations to prevent the federal government from seizing a moon-sized weapons platform was technically an unintended consequence, but the courts wouldn't be able to rule against him without creating a precedent that undermined every safety regulation in the legal code. Checkmate through OSHA compliance, the universe's most boring superweapon. "Boss," Miller called from deeper in the corridor, "I'm getting ready to shut down the microwave array. What do you want the sensor readings to show after we go offline?" Thorne considered the question, running probability matrices on how long the Federation's patience would last versus how quickly he could establish permanent infrastructure. "Leave 2 units running," he said finally. "Enough to maintain baseline contamination readings, but not enough to suggest active crisis. We want them nervous, not panicked. Nervous buys us time. Nervous buys us everything." He turned back toward the observation port one last time, watching the Federation fleet settle into a parking orbit that was technically minimum safe distance, but practically far enough away to avoid immediate liability. Somewhere on one of those ships, Ramirez was probably composing a report that would make its way through 6 different departments before landing on a desk where someone would have to decide whether the political cost of backing down was worse than the legal cost of pressing forward. It was the wrong question. The right question was whether the Federation could afford to establish a legal precedent that safety regulations could be overridden by executive authority. They couldn't, which meant Thorne had just bought himself 2 weeks of uninterrupted work time using nothing but a clipboard, 12 microwave ovens, and a comprehensive understanding of occupational safety law. The Corpus groaned around him, its hull plates settling with the deep vibration of a structure that had been built to withstand kinetic bombardment and was now learning to withstand something far more dangerous. Documentation. "Miller," Thorne said, pulling out his tablet, "start an inventory of all remaining Federation-era safety equipment in the primary storage bays. I want to know what we can repurpose." "Repurpose for what?" "Tier 6 hazard protocols." Thorne made a note on his tablet, already calculating the timeline for the next regulatory obstacle. "We're going to need something to cite when they come back with proper certifications." "There is no Tier 6. "Not yet," Thorne agreed, "but there will be by the time they finish processing my request to the Federal Safety Commission." The universe didn't care about paperwork, but the courts did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 3. Redline or Deadline. The primary energy conduit had been severed in 3 places during the neutron bombardment, which meant the Corpus's reactor core had been running on residual charge for approximately 8 months, and was now sitting at 0.3% capacity, which was the engineering equivalent of trying to power a city with a watch battery. Grease stood in front of the conduit breach in Engineering Sector 4, her helmet lamp illuminating a gap that measured 4.7 meters across and exposed cabling that looked like someone had fed a kilometer of copper wire through a wood chipper and then set it on fire for good measure. "Boss," she said into the comm, "I'm looking at the primary trunk line. It's not severed, it's atomized. Can you bridge it?" Thorne's voice came back, flat, clinical, already running cost calculations. "Depends on your definition of bridge." Grease pulled out a handheld spectrometer and aimed it at the damaged section. "The conduit is rated for 12,000 amps continuous load. We'd need industrial-grade conductors, probably copper or aluminum alloy, and enough cross-sectional area to handle the thermal expansion without melting. Copper bus bars. At least 400 of them arranged in parallel to distribute the load." Grease did the math in her head, converting amperage to heat dissipation to failure probability. We'd also need active cooling, because when this thing kicks over, it's going to dump enough waste heat to turn this entire section into a sauna. How much cooling? All of it. 6 hours later, Grease was staring at a pile of copper bus bars that had been salvaged from 3 decommissioned orbital transfer stations and 1 abandoned mining platform, each piece measuring 2 meters long and weighing approximately 40 kilograms. The crew had arranged them in a configuration that would have made an electrical engineer weep, which was to say they'd bolted them together in parallel rows using hardware that wasn't technically rated for vacuum exposure but was available in sufficient quantity to make the risk statistically acceptable. 412 bus bars, Grease announced, checking her tablet. Total cross-sectional area is approximately 0.83 square meters, which gives us a current density of about 14,400 amps per square meter. Is that safe? One of the crew asked. Safe is a relative term, Grease replied. It won't explode immediately. What about eventually? Eventually, we'll all be dead anyway. She gestured to the second pile of equipment, which consisted of approximately 2,000 liters of industrial fire suppression gel in containers that had been manufactured sometime during the early 2040s, and probably hadn't been inspected since. Start pumping the gel into the cooling channels. I want every centimeter of those bus bars submerged. This gel is rated for chemical fires, not electrical. It's rated for thermal absorption, which is the same thing from a heat transfer perspective. Grease pulled out a roll of what might have been duct tape if duct tape came in vacuum-rated industrial grade and cost 400 credits per meter. If it moves and shouldn't, tape it. If it doesn't and should, WD-40. The gel pumping operation took another 4 hours, during which Grease discovered that industrial fire suppression gel from the 2040s had the approximate consistency of cold syrup and the thermal conductivity of aluminum oxide, which was either a happy coincidence or evidence that someone in procurement had actually read the specifications before placing the order. By hour 6, the bus bars were completely submerged in a translucent blue gel that looked like something from a low-budget science fiction film and smelled like a chemical plant having a nervous breakdown. Gel is at operating temperature, one of the crew reported. Viscosity is stable, no signs of phase separation. Good. Grease checked the connection points where the bus bar array interfaced with the existing conduit. Boss, we're ready to attempt startup. Recommend evacuating all non-essential personnel from engineering sectors 4 through 7. Define non-essential, Thorne's voice came back. Anyone who doesn't want to be here when this either works or catastrophically fails. I'll stay, Thorne said, for documentation purposes. Your funeral, boss. Grease pulled up the reactor control interface on her tablet, which was displaying a status screen that had been translated from hegemony technical notation into something approximating English. Grease to all stations, initiating startup sequence in 30 seconds. The reactor had been silent for 8 months, which meant its thermal stabilization systems had settled into a state that the hegemony documentation referred to as hibernation mode, and which Grease's engineering training suggested was probably 1 step away from permanent mechanical death. She initiated the startup command and watched the reactor core's internal systems begin their wake-up cycle. Nothing happened. Then something happened. The deck plates vibrated with a deep subsonic thrum that Grease felt in her chest cavity before she heard it. A rhythmic pulse that measured approximately 0.25 hertz and suggested the reactor was attempting to restart its primary circulation pumps. Thump. 4 seconds of silence. Thump. Circulation is initializing, Grease reported, watching her tablet's diagnostic screen fill with status updates. Primary coolant is beginning flow cycle. Temperature in the core is rising. Thump. The emergency lighting flickered, shifting from orange to a wavelength her helmet hoodie measured at 427 nanometers with undocumented emission spikes every 4 seconds. Thump. Core temperature at 400 Kelvin and climbing, Grease said. Coolant flow is stable. Busbar temperature is, she checked the thermal sensors, 280 Kelvin and rising slower than core temperature, which means the gel is working. Thump. The sound was getting louder, deeper, resonating through the hull plates at increasing amplitude. At 12 minutes into the startup sequence, the reactor coughed. There was no other word for it. The deep thrumming pulse stuttered, skipped a beat, and then resumed with a sound like a diesel engine trying to clear its throat after decades of disuse. Boss, we're getting instability in the core plasma, Grease said, her voice carrying the kind of calm that suggested she was professionally terrified and refusing to acknowledge it. Temperature is spiking to 1800 Kelvin. The bus bar array is holding, but we're approaching thermal limits on the cooling gel. Vent it, Thorne said. Vent what? Excess thermal. There's a pressure relief port in Sector 5 that connects to external hull. Open it manually and let the heat dump into vacuum. Grease ran the calculations in her head. That's going to create a visible plume. I'm aware. The Federation fleet is going to see it. I'm counting on it. Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of a man who had already planned for this exact scenario. Do it. Grease grabbed a crew member and sprinted toward Sector 5, where the pressure relief port was located behind 3 meters of alien hull plating and a manual valve that probably hadn't been turned since the Corpus was first commissioned. The valve wheel was approximately 1 meter in diameter and covered in what might have been corrosion or might have been organic material, which was a distinction Grease decided not to investigate. On 3, she said, gripping the wheel. 1, 2, 3. The wheel didn't move. Apply leverage, Grease said, wedging a length of pipe through the spokes. And by leverage, I mean put your entire body weight on this and pray the valve stem doesn't shear. They pulled. The valve moved approximately 1 millimeter, protesting with a shriek that suggested metal fatigue and imminent structural failure. They pulled harder. The valve turned another centimeter, then another, and suddenly it was spinning freely, and Grease was diving backward as the pressure relief port opened with a sound like reality venting its disappointment. The plume that erupted from the Corpus's hull was visible from 300 kilometers away, which Grease knew because the Federation fleet's optical sensors locked onto it within 40 seconds of the vent opening. It wasn't steam, not exactly. The coolant gel had been superheated by the reactor's thermal dump and was boiling off into vacuum as a cloud of ionized particles that glowed with the same purple-violet color as the reactor's core. The plume spread, expanding into a spherical cloud that measured approximately 2 kilometers in diameter and growing, its edges fuzzy with the kind of particle diffusion that suggested high-energy electromagnetic interference. Boss, Grease said, watching the cloud expand on her helmet's HUD. The Federation recon wing is maneuvering. I think they're trying to get a closer look. Let them, Thorne replied. The recon wing consisted of 3 light frigates in standard observation formation. Their optical and radar arrays pointed toward the Corpus, with the focus of ships that had been ordered to document every detail of the salvage operation. They entered the violet steam cloud at a relative velocity of approximately 200 meters per second. Their targeting sensors went offline within 6 seconds. Grease watched it happen on her tactical display, 3 bright contact markers flickering and then disappearing as the ionized particles scrambled every electromagnetic sensor array the frigates were carrying. The steam is creating a sensor blackout, she reported. Optical is degraded by particulate scatter. Radar is useless. They're flying blind. How long until it dissipates? Thorne asked. At current expansion rate and vacuum density, approximately 4 hours for the cloud to thin enough for sensor penetration. Grease ran the numbers again, checking her assumptions. But we can maintain the plume indefinitely as long as the reactor stays above critical temperature. Then keep it above critical temperature. Boss, that's going to require continuous thermal venting. I know. Thorne's voice carried something that might have been satisfaction if satisfaction could be measured in sensor denial radius and federal confusion. We're not running a reactor anymore, Grease. We're running a 20-million-ton tea kettle. Try not to be downwind when it whistles. Grease looked at the pressure relief port, which was still venting violet steam at a rate that would make any environmental impact assessment weep. And then at her tablet, which was showing reactor core temperature stabilizing at 1900 Kelvin with no signs of thermal runaway. The bus bar array was holding. The cooling gel was boiling off at a predictable rate. The reactor was screaming through its pressure relief valve with a high-pitched whine that was slowly transitioning into a bass-frequency rumble as the core temperature climbed. It was the single most inefficient reactor operation Grease had ever witnessed. It was also a defensive screen that the Federation couldn't penetrate with anything short of a close-range visual inspection, which would require them to fly blind through 2 kilometers of ionized particles while hoping they didn't collide with the Corpus's hull plating. Thermal efficiency is approximately 4%, Grease reported. We're wasting 96% of the reactor's output as heat. Is it functional? Thorne asked. The reactor is stable. The bus bars are holding. The steam is blocking sensors. Then it's not waste. It's operational overhead. The Federation fleet retreated to minimum safe distance, which had just been redefined as far enough away that we can't see what they're doing, but close enough to claim we're still monitoring the situation. Grease watched them go. Their engine burns visible as bright points against the Earth's terminator, and did the math on how long the cooling gel would last at current consumption rates. Approximately 60 hours before they'd need to source more gel or find an alternative cooling method, which meant they had 60 hours to figure out how to make a defensive steam cloud into a permanent fixture, or how to convince the Federation that the reactor was still under repair and therefore exempt from seizure. Probably both. She walked back to Engineering Sector 4, where the bus bar array was humming with 12,000 amps of continuous load and radiating enough heat to turn the surrounding gel into a continuous boil. Thorne was standing in front of the makeshift assembly, holding his tablet and making notes with the methodical precision of a man documenting an insurance claim. Thoughts? He asked without looking up. We just turned a god-tier alien reactor into a steam engine, Grease said. The hegemony is probably rotating in whatever passes for their graves. The hegemony is dead, Thorne replied. We're alive. That's the only efficiency metric that matters. He made another notation on his tablet, probably calculating the depreciation value of 412 copper bus bars and 2,000 liters of industrial gel against the strategic value of a sensor denial screen that had just forced an entire Federation fleet into retreat. The reactor thumped again, its pulse steady now, amplitude stable within 2% variance, feeding power through the jury-rigged bus bar array into systems that were beginning to wake after 8 months of darkness. Somewhere in the depths of the Corpus, lights were coming online. Atmospheric processors were cycling. Life support systems were initializing. The ship was waking up, one inefficient, wasteful, perfectly functional system at a time. How long can we maintain this? Thorne asked. Depends on how much cooling gel we can source, Grease replied. And how comfortable you are with the reactor running at 96% thermal waste. I'm comfortable with anything that keeps the Federation at minimum safe distance. Thorne closed his tablet and looked up at the steam plume, which was still venting through the pressure relief port with enough force to create a visible trail against the stars. Find more gel. Rig secondary vents if you need to. I want this cloud permanent. Permanent sensor denial. Permanent operational security, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. Grease looked at the bus bar array, which was glowing with waste heat and humming with enough current to power a small city, and calculated the timeline for converting a defensive accident into a tactical advantage. Approximately 12 hours to rig secondary vents, another 24 to source additional cooling gel, and maybe 72 to establish automated thermal management systems that would keep the reactor screaming indefinitely. It was insane. It was 96% waste. It was the kind of engineering that got you either a medal or a court-martial, depending on which side of the liability waiver you were standing. I'll need a crew, she said. You have one. And authorization to cannibalize any federal equipment we can reach. Consider it authorized. Thorne pulled out his clipboard, already drafting the salvage claim that would justify stripping parts from anything the Federation had left in orbit. Start with the decommissioned comm satellites. They use thermal radiators that we can repurpose for cooling. Those satellites are federal property. Those satellites are abandoned orbital debris that pose a navigation hazard. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. We're performing a public service by removing them. And if the Federation objects, they can file a complaint with the Orbital Debris Management Office, which will take approximately 18 months to process. Thorne turned toward the exit, already moving to his next regulatory obstacle. By then we'll have stripped everything in orbit and filed the paperwork to justify it. Grease watched him go, then turned back to the reactor, which was still thumping its steady 4-second heartbeat through the deck plates. Thump. The violet steam continued to vent, creating a cloud that was now large enough to appear on orbital tracking displays as a hazardous debris field that required navigation warnings. Thump. The Federation fleet maintained minimum safe distance, their sensors blind, their patience probably running out. Thump. Grease pulled out her tablet and started drafting the work order for secondary vent installation, already calculating the optimal placement for maximum sensor denial with minimum structural risk. The Corpus groaned around her, its hull plate settling under the thermal stress of a reactor that was designed to power a moon-sized warship and was now being used as a glorified smoke machine. It was the single most inefficient power transfer Grease had ever documented, and it was just getting started. Chapter 4: The Neutral Zone. The Federation's first soft siege tactic arrived at 400 hours ship time, which was early enough to suggest they'd been planning it for at least 72 hours and late enough to suggest they'd spent most of that time arguing with legal about whether it was technically legal. Thorne was on the bridge when the Corpus's atmospheric monitoring systems started throwing alerts that suggested either catastrophic hull failure or someone had remotely accessed the life support network and was systematically shutting down oxygen circulation. It was the second one. "Boss," Grease's voice came over the comm from engineering. "Someone just locked me out of the primary O2 scrubbers. Override codes aren't working. This is a remote hack." Thorne pulled up the life support diagnostic screen on his tablet, watching the oxygen percentage tick downward at a rate that suggested they had approximately 14 hours before the air became unbreathable and 36 before it became lethal. "Can you bypass it?" he asked. "Not without physical access to the control nodes, which are distributed across 6 different hull sections." Grease's voice carried the flat tone of someone running failure probability calculations in real time. "They locked us out at the hardware level. This isn't a software patch." "How long to regain control?" 12 hours if we're lucky. 18 if the Federation embedded any secondary lockouts." Thorne checked his tablet's clock. 14 hours of breathable air, 12 to 18 hours to restore control. The math was designed to make him panic. The math was wrong. "Don't bother," he said. "Let it run." Silence on the comm. Then, "Boss, we're going to run out of oxygen." "No, we're not." Thorne pulled up a different screen, this one showing atmospheric composition readings from compartment 12 Alpha. "Check your sensors in the biodome sections. What are you reading?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Oxygen at 23% and climbing. CO2 at 0.04%. This doesn't make sense. The scrubbers are offline." "The Federation scrubbers are offline," Thorne corrected. "The alien lichen we've been cultivating for the past 2 weeks is doing exactly what lichen does when you feed it light and carbon dioxide. You already planned for this." "I planned for every scenario where the Federation tries to kill us without technically killing us." Thorne made a notation on his tablet, probably calculating the depreciation value of a failed siege attempt. "Seal off the biodome sections and route atmospheric circulation through those compartments. We'll run on photosynthesis until the Federation gets bored." 6 hours later, the Federation tried their second soft siege tactic, which was a kinetic demonstration, shot fired from a railgun platform positioned at minimum safe distance. The projectile was a 4-kilogram tungsten slug traveling at approximately 8 kilometers per second, which translated to roughly 128 megajoules of kinetic energy, or enough force to punch through the Corpus's hull plating if it hit anywhere the neutron bombardment had already weakened the structural integrity. It missed by 300 meters, which was close enough to be threatening, but far enough to technically not constitute an act of war. Thorne watched the slug's trajectory on the bridge's tactical display, noting the angle of approach and the calculated impact point if they'd fired it 2 degrees further port. "That was a warning shot," Grease said from her position at the engineering console. "They're telling us they can hit us whenever they want." "They're telling us they can hit us once," Thorne replied. "After that, we turn into a debris field that threatens every orbital asset between here and geosynchronous." He pulled up a different screen, this one showing the Corpus's current orbital position relative to Earth's major satellite constellations. The ship was positioned in a Lagrange point that made its trajectory mathematically stable, which meant it would stay in this exact position indefinitely unless someone applied delta V to move it. The orbit's periapsis was exactly 183 kilometers above the densest satellite band, which meant any debris from the Corpus would pass through that band at maximum velocity during every orbital pass. It also meant that if the ship were destroyed, the debris would spread along a path that intersected with approximately 40% of Earth's GPS satellites, 60% of the communication network, and 100% of the orbital traffic between low Earth orbit and the lunar transfer stations. "Pull up the debris projection model," Thorne said. "I want to show the General something." The debris projection appeared on the main display as a three-dimensional map that showed the Corpus's current position as a red dot and the projected debris field as a spreading orange cone that painted half of near-Earth space in colors that suggested catastrophic navigation hazard. The model assumed a complete structural failure of the Corpus's hull, which would create approximately 40 million individual debris fragments ranging in size from dust particles to 100-ton hull sections. The model also assumed those fragments would retain the Corpus's current orbital velocity, which meant they'd spread along a path that would take them through every major satellite constellation in cislunar space over the next 72 hours. "Kessler syndrome," Grease said quietly, staring at the projection. "One collision creates more debris, which creates more collisions, which creates a cascade effect that makes orbital space unusable for decades." "Centuries," Thorne corrected. "At this debris density and velocity distribution, you're looking at a minimum of 300 years before natural orbital decay clears enough material to make space operations safe again. You positioned the ship here deliberately. I positioned the ship at the only Lagrange point that gave us long-term orbital stability without requiring continuous thrust." Thorne zoomed in on the debris path, highlighting the intersection points with major satellite networks. "The fact that this position also makes the ship too dangerous to destroy is simply a consequence of orbital mechanics." The Federation General's response arrived 30 minutes later in the form of a tight beam transmission that bypassed normal communication protocols and went directly to the bridge's command console. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne." General Hawkins's voice came through with the clipped precision of someone who had been awake for approximately 40 hours and was running on coffee and suppressed rage. "You are in violation of Federal Orbital Safety Code Section 7, which prohibits the operation of debris-generating assets in protected orbital zones." "Good afternoon, General," Thorne replied, his tone suggesting he was greeting a process server. "I'm not operating a debris-generating asset. I'm operating a salvage vessel that happens to occupy a mathematically stable orbital position. You're holding Earth's satellite network hostage. I'm occupying a Lagrange point. The fact that my occupation of this specific point creates certain strategic implications is a function of physics, not intent. If we're forced to destroy your vessel, you'll create a debris field that will render near-Earth space unusable for 300 years, destroy approximately 60% of the global communication infrastructure, and eliminate GPS navigation for the entire planet." Thorne pulled up the debris projection on his screen, making sure the transmission was carrying the visual feed. "You can fire that railgun, General, but I hope you like navigating by the stars because you'll never have satellite TV again." The silence that followed had the quality of a man watching his career prospects collapse into a singularity. "This is blackmail," Hawkins said finally. "This is orbital mechanics," Thorne corrected. "I'm simply occupying the position that provides optimal long-term stability for salvage operations. The fact that this position also happens to make military action inadvisable is an unavoidable consequence of the laws of physics. The courts will rule against you. The courts will take 18 months to process the initial filing, another 24 to hear arguments, and another 36 to issue a ruling." Thorne checked his tablet, calculating timelines. "By then, we'll have established permanent occupancy, which creates additional legal complications regarding sovereign territory and eminent domain." "You're claiming the Corpus is sovereign territory?" "I'm claiming it's a vessel under active repair, which grants it certain protections under the Maritime Act." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "The fact that those protections happen to include immunity from seizure during the repair period is simply a function of established legal precedent." "How long is the repair period?" "Indefinite. We keep discovering new safety violations." Thorne could hear Hawkins breathing through the comlink, each exhale carrying the weight of a man trying to find a regulatory loophole that didn't exist. "What do you want?" Hawkins asked finally. "Nothing the Federation isn't already required to provide under existing salvage law," Thorne replied. "Continued access to orbital space, protection from interference during active repair operations, and formal recognition of our salvage claim. In exchange for what? In exchange for continuing to occupy this Lagrange point without generating the debris field that would destroy your satellite network. Thorne pulled up another screen, this one showing the projected cost of replacing 60% of Earth's orbital infrastructure. I estimate the replacement cost at approximately 4.7 trillion credits, plus another 2.3 trillion in economic disruption during the reconstruction period. That's not counting the strategic value of losing GPS navigation and global communications for the reconstruction timeline. You're extorting the Federation. I'm offering the Federation a cost avoidance opportunity, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. The transmission cut off with the abruptness of someone who had just realized they needed to brief their superiors on why a single salvage operation had just become more expensive to eliminate than to ignore. Thorne closed the comm channel and turned to Grease, who was still staring at the debris projection with the expression of someone who had just watched a colleague weaponize Newton's laws. The biodomes, she said. You set those up 2 weeks ago. Correct. Before the Federation tried to cut our oxygen. Correct. You knew they'd try this. I calculated a 73% probability of oxygen interdiction as their first soft siege tactic. Thorne closed his tablet and walked toward the observation port, where Earth rotated slowly below them, its surface covered in the lights of cities that depended on satellites for navigation, communication, and the basic infrastructure of modern civilization. The Federation's playbook is predictable. Cut oxygen, threaten kinetic strike, offer surrender terms that include criminal prosecution. They follow the same pattern every time. And you planned for all of it. I planned for the scenario where they realize that destroying us is more expensive than letting us stay. Thorne gestured to the debris projection, which was still painting half of near-Earth space in orange warning colors. The Corpus is now too dangerous to destroy and too expensive to keep. That makes it worthless to the Federation and invaluable to us. Grease pulled up the atmospheric monitoring display, which was showing oxygen levels stabilizing at 22% across all biodome compartments. How long can we run on lichen? She asked. Indefinitely, assuming we maintain the light cycles and water circulation. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. We'll need to expand the cultivation area eventually, but the current setup can support approximately 40 people with minimal maintenance. 40 people. That's the planned crew complement once we transition from salvage operation to permanent occupation. Thorne turned back toward the tactical display, which was showing the Federation fleet maintaining position at minimum safe distance. Start drafting recruitment specifications. We're going to need specialists in structural engineering, atmospheric systems, and maritime law. You're building a colony. I'm establishing a permanent salvage operation, Thorne corrected. The fact that it requires long-term habitation is simply a consequence of the work requirements. The Corpus groaned around them, its hull plates settling under thermal stress from the reactor that was still venting violet steam into space at a rate designed to maximize sensor interference and federal frustration. Below them, Earth continued its rotation, oblivious to the fact that a single moon-sized wreck had just become undestroyable, through nothing more than orbital position and threat of collateral damage. The Federation fleet held position, their weapons armed but unusable, their legal department probably already drafting the paperwork that would justify backing down without admitting defeat. Thorne watched them maintain their distance and calculated the timeline for the next bureaucratic obstacle. Approximately 96 hours until the Federation filed their legal challenge. Another 240 hours until the court hearing. Another 720 hours until the appeals process. By then, the Corpus wouldn't be a salvage operation. It would be too permanent to remove. Boss, Grease said, the Federation's pulling back to geosynchronous holding position. Noted. Thorne made a final notation on his clipboard. Maintain current operations. I want the violet steam at maximum density and the biodomes at full cultivation. If they're going to watch us, let's give them something to watch. And if they try something else? They won't. Thorne gestured to the debris projection, which was still showing the catastrophic consequences of destroying the Corpus. They just realized they're negotiating with a hostage they can't afford to lose. High above Earth, in a Lagrange point that was mathematically stable and strategically perfect, the Corpus continued its slow rotation. The violet steam vented. The lichen photosynthesized. The hull plates groaned under thermal stress and gravitational forces. And somewhere in the Federation's legal department, an algorithm was calculating the cost of 300 years without satellite infrastructure and coming to the conclusion that Elias Thorne had just won a war without firing a shot. The universe didn't care about orbital mechanics, but the insurance companies did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 5, Metallurgy and Malice. The hull breach in Sector 9 measured 47 meters across and exposed approximately 2,000 cubic meters of interior compartments to hard vacuum, which meant patching it would require either 47 meters of replacement hull plating rated for military-grade structural integrity, or a creative interpretation of what constituted adequate repair under federal salvage regulations. Thorne chose the second option. "Scrap metal," he said, standing on the Corpus's exterior hull in mag boots while Grease ran structural integrity calculations on her tablet. "Everything we can salvage from the decommissioned orbital platforms, steel, aluminum, titanium alloy, doesn't matter. If it's metal and it's available, I want it cataloged and staged for hull application." Grease looked at him with the expression of someone who had just been asked to perform surgery with a hacksaw. "Boss, we're talking about patching military-grade alien alloy with recycled earth scrap. The material properties don't match. Thermal expansion coefficients are different. Structural load distribution will be asymmetric." "Will it hold pressure?" Thorne asked. "Define hold. Will it prevent the interior atmosphere from venting into space during normal operations?" "Probably, maybe. Depends on how much stress." "Then it's adequate." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "Start with the largest pieces. I want complete coverage of the breach within 72 hours. Coverage, not repair. Coverage is repair if it's documented properly." The first scrap delivery arrived 6 hours later in the form of a cargo tug, hauling approximately 300 tons of hull plating, salvaged from the decommissioned mining platform Prometheus 7, which had been stripped for parts after a catastrophic reactor failure left it economically unviable to repair. The plating was a patchwork of different alloys, each piece measuring between 2 and 8 meters across, covered in the kind of oxidation that suggested decades of exposure to atomic oxygen and micrometeorite impacts. "This is garbage," one of the crew members said, staring at a piece of plating that was more rust than metal. "This is inventory," Grease corrected, running her scanner over the surface. "Steel alloy, approximately 60% iron with trace chromium and nickel. Tensile strength is degraded, but still within acceptable parameters for non-structural applications." "We're using it for hull repair. That's structural." "We're using it for atmospheric containment," Grease replied. "The Corpus's original hull provides the structural integrity. This is just weatherproofing." She pulled out a tablet and started calculating attachment methods, running through scenarios that ranged from traditional welding to adhesive bonding to simply leaving the scrap metal floating next to the breach and hoping physics would figure something out. None of them were adequate. Then she looked at the gravity readings from the Corpus's internal systems and realized Thorne had already solved the problem. "The ship's gravity wells," she said, pulling up a schematic on her tablet. "The Corpus uses localized gravitational manipulation for structural reinforcement. If we can access the field generators—" "Already done," Thorne interrupted. "I had the AI core unlock the gravity control nodes 2 days ago. You have full access to field strength and directionality." Grease stared at him. "You plan to use the ship's own gravity to hold scrap metal against the hull." "I plan to use available resources to solve the atmospheric containment problem." Thorne gestured to the breach where the crew was already positioning the first piece of scrap plating. "The fact that those resources include gravitational field manipulation is simply a function of the available technology. This violates approximately 17 different engineering standards. Engineering standards are guidelines for optimal performance," Thorne replied. "We're not optimizing. We're meeting minimum requirements at maximum efficiency." The first piece of scrap, a 4-meter section of oxidized steel, was positioned over the breach and held in place by 3 crew members in mag boots, while Grease activated the localized gravity well. The field strength was set to 0.73 standard gravities, angled perpendicular to the hull surface. The scrap metal settled against the Corpus's exterior with a grinding screech that suggested metal being compressed beyond its elastic limit. then locked into place as the gravitational field held it against the alien alloy with approximately 42 kilopascals of continuous pressure. Field stable, Grease reported, checking her sensors. The scrap is holding. No atmospheric leakage detected. Weld it, Thorne said. We're not welding. The gravity is holding it. Weld it anyway. If the gravity fails, I want mechanical backup. Grease pulled out a plasma cutter set to low-intensity arc welding and started running beads along the edges of the scrap plating, fusing it to the Corpus's hull with welds that were technically functional but aesthetically catastrophic. The metal screamed as it was heated, contracted, and locked into place. Sparks fountained upward, which was wrong, because in microgravity sparks shouldn't have a preferred direction. But the localized gravity well was creating an artificial down that made molten metal behave like it was falling toward the hull instead of radiating equally in all directions. "Sparks are falling up," one of the crew members said, watching the welding operation. "Gravity vector is perpendicular to standard orbital reference," Grease replied without looking up. "From our perspective, up is down and down is sideways. Don't think about it too hard." By hour 12, they'd attached 47 pieces of scrap metal to the breach area, each piece held in place by localized gravity wells and spot-welded at the corners for mechanical redundancy. The result looked like a quilt made by someone who had never seen fabric and had only been told about sewing through a badly translated instruction manual. Rust met chrome, met titanium alloy, met steel, each piece oxidized to a different shade of brown-orange-gray that suggested decades of neglect followed by aggressive repurposing. "It's ugly," Grease said, staring at the patchwork hull. "It's functional," Thorne corrected. "Run atmospheric tests. I want leak rates measured in parts per million." The tests came back showing atmospheric retention at 97.3%, which meant they were losing approximately 2.7% of their air through microscopic gaps in the scrap plating. "That's within acceptable parameters for a salvage operation," Thorne said, making notes on his clipboard. "Documented as temporary repair pending acquisition of replacement materials, and move to the next breach." "There are 43 more breaches," Grease said. "Then we'll need more scrap." The second cargo delivery arrived 18 hours later with another 400 tons of salvaged hull plating. This batch pulled from 3 different orbital transfer stations and 1 abandoned research platform that had been mothballed after budget cuts made continued operation economically unviable. The crew worked in rotating shifts, positioning scrap metal over breaches, activating gravity wells, spot welding corners, and moving to the next section. By hour 36, the Corpus's hull looked like it had been attacked by a deranged sculptor with access to unlimited scrap metal and a profound misunderstanding of aesthetic principles. By hour 48, Federation surveillance drones were circling the ship at maximum sensor range, their optical arrays probably trying to determine whether they were looking at a repair operation or some kind of elaborate art installation. By hour 72, Grease was standing on the exterior hull looking at section after section of patchwork metal and running calculations on her tablet that suggested something was wrong with the sensor data. "Boss," she said into the comm, "I'm getting weird readings from the scrap plating." "Define weird." Thorne's voice came back. "Electromagnetic reflection patterns are inconsistent with standard metal oxidation. The scrap is absorbing radar frequencies instead of reflecting them. Show me the data." Grease transmitted her sensor logs to Thorne's tablet, highlighting the sections where the scrap metal was behaving like it had been designed for stealth applications instead of structural containment. The oxidation layers on the salvage plating were acting as radar-absorbent material, soaking up electromagnetic radiation in the microwave frequency range and converting it to heat that dissipated into the Corpus's bulk. The different alloys were creating interference patterns that scattered the remaining reflected radiation in random directions instead of back toward the sensor source. The random angles at which the scrap had been attached were making the Corpus's hull profile look like natural space debris instead of a manufactured structure. "We accidentally built a stealth hull," Grease said. "We built a functional atmospheric containment system," Thorne corrected. "The fact that it also happens to interfere with long-range sensor detection is an unavoidable consequence of using available materials. The Federation surveillance drones can't get a clean reading on our hull integrity." "Correct. They can't determine what sections are repaired and what sections are still breached." "Correct." This makes us effectively invisible to everything except visual inspection. Correct. Thorne made another notation on his clipboard. Continue current operations. I want all breaches covered within the next 96 hours. Grease looked at the patchwork hull, calculating the sensor denial value of approximately 2,000 tons of oxidized scrap metal arranged in random angles across 43 separate breach points. The Corpus was transforming from a dead warship into something that looked like a moon-sized piece of space junk, unremarkable enough to ignore on long-range scans and chaotic enough to confuse detailed sensor sweeps. It wasn't stealth technology. It was camouflage through incompetence, hiding in plain sight by looking too worthless to be worth investigating. How did you know the scrap would have these properties? She asked. I didn't, Thorne replied. I knew we needed hull coverage and scrap metal was available. The sensor absorption characteristics are a bonus. A very convenient bonus. Physics doesn't care about convenience, it just is. Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had stopped distinguishing between planning and luck. Get back to work. We have 31 more breaches to cover before the next federal inspection attempt. By hour 96, the Corpus's exterior looked like it had been rebuilt by someone who had learned engineering from a manual written in a language they didn't speak. Scrap metal covered every breach, each piece held in place by gravity wells that drew a constant 12 kilowatts of power from the reactor. The welds were ugly but functional, creating atmospheric seals that tested at 96 to 98% retention, depending on the section. The oxidation patterns created radar absorption characteristics that made detailed sensor sweeps return data suggesting natural debris field with metallic composition. Federation surveillance drones maintained their distance, their optical sensors recording the transformation, but their analysis algorithms apparently unable to categorize what they were seeing. They think we're a debris field, Grease said, watching the drones circle at maximum range. We are a debris field, Thorne replied. A debris field that happens to have people inside it. He walked along the exterior hull, his mag boots clanking against scrap metal that had been salvaged from 6 different decommissioned platforms and jury-rigged into place using gravitational fields and spite. It doesn't have to be pretty, he said to no one in particular. It just has to be harder than the railgun slug hitting it. Grease ran the impact calculations, modeling what would happen if the Federation attempted a kinetic strike against the scrap-armored sections. The results showed that the patchwork plating would fragment on impact, but the fragments would be held in place by the gravity wells, creating a debris cloud that would absorb the kinetic energy and distribute it across multiple impact points instead of allowing penetration to the Corpus's primary hull. It was ablative armor made from garbage, designed to fail in exactly the right way to prevent catastrophic damage. This shouldn't work, she said. But it does, Thorne replied. Document it, file it under temporary repairs, and prepare for the next phase. What's the next phase? Making them regret ever trying to take this ship back. The Federation surveillance drones completed their circuit and burned back toward the fleet's holding position. Their sensor logs probably filled with data that suggested the Corpus was undergoing repairs using methodologies that violated every engineering standard, but appeared to be technically functional. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was probably trying to explain to their supervisor why a moon-sized warship now looked like it had been patched with a junkyard, and whether that constituted a valid salvage operation under existing regulations. The answer would take weeks to determine. By then, Thorne would have moved to the next phase. The Corpus groaned under the added mass of 2,000 tons of scrap metal. Its structural systems adapting to the new load distribution, its gravity wells humming with constant power draw. Above them, the violet steam continued to vent. Below them, Earth rotated in oblivious ignorance. And in between, a ship that had been designed to crack planets was learning to hide by looking too broken to matter. The universe didn't care about aesthetics, but the insurance adjusters did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 6, The Glass Cannon. The Corpus's primary propulsion system had been designed to move a moon-sized warship at velocities that violated common sense but obeyed physics, which meant it used dark matter field manipulation to compress space in front of the vessel and expand it behind. creating a gradient that pulled the ship forward without technically accelerating it past relativistic limits. The neutron bombardment had shattered the field emitters in 17 places, which meant the propulsion system couldn't generate thrust without creating spatial distortions that would tear the ship apart from internal tidal forces. Grease stood in the engine room, a cathedral-sized chamber that smelled like ozone and failure, staring at the primary thrust array with her tablet displaying error codes in 3 different languages, none of which were encouraging. "Boss," she said into the comm, "the propulsion system is scrap. The field emitters are fragmented, the containment matrix is offline, and the power distribution network looks like someone fed it through a blender." "Can you repurpose it?" Thorne's voice came back. "Repurpose it into what?" "Something useful." Grease looked at the thrust array, calculating salvage value versus repair costs versus the probability that Thorne had already decided what useful meant and was waiting for her to figure it out. "Define useful," she said. "Something that makes the Federation reconsider their boarding plans. You want me to turn the engines into a weapon. I want you to turn the engines into whatever they were designed to do, just aimed in a different direction." Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had already run the cost-benefit analysis. "We don't need thrust. We need deterrence." 6 hours later, Grease was standing in front of the primary thrust emitter with a schematic pulled up on her tablet that showed the field generation sequence for standard propulsion operations. The system worked by creating a localized compression of space-time at a point approximately 300 meters forward of the emitter, then allowing that compression to propagate backward as the field collapsed, dragging the ship forward through the resulting gradient. The math was elegant. The engineering was god-tier. The fact that it was completely broken was annoying but solvable. "Reroute the field coil phasing through the auxiliary bus," she muttered, staring at the field generator array. One of the crew members looked up from their diagnostic console. "Reroute what?" "The power phasing sequence. Instead of compressing space in front of the ship, we invert the containment grid symmetry and project the compression forward from the emitter point." Grease pulled up a simulation on her tablet, watching the field dynamics play out in 3 dimensions. The compression propagates along the field axis, carrying the spatial distortion away from the ship instead of collapsing back toward it. "That's not propulsion. That's a projectile," Grease finished. "A projectile made of compressed space traveling at approximately 0.97 c relative to local reference frame. What happens when it hits something? The compressed space decompresses." Grease ran the impact calculations, watching the energy release values climb into ranges normally associated with strategic nuclear weapons. Violently. The field emitter modifications took another 12 hours, during which Grease discovered that inverting the containment grid symmetry required physically rewiring approximately 40 kilometers of superconducting cable, bypassing the primary power distribution manifold, and recalibrating the field generators to operate with asymmetric load patterns the hegemony engineers had probably never considered because it was simultaneously insane and violated approximately 17 thermal safety margins. It was also completely within the boundaries of known physics, which meant it would work right up until the moment it catastrophically failed. "Power draw is going to be approximately 12 gigawatts per firing cycle," Grease reported to Thorne. "That's 30% of our total reactor output." "Duration?" Thorne asked. 0.003 seconds. The field collapses after 3 milliseconds whether we want it to or not. How many shots before the system needs maintenance? Optimistically, 10. Realistically, 3. Grease checked her tablet, reviewing the thermal stress calculations. The emitters weren't designed for this kind of asymmetric load. Every firing cycle is going to damage the superconducting matrix. 3 shots. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "That's 3 more than we had yesterday." "Boss, this is a glass cannon. It'll break after we use it." "Then we'll use it carefully." The first test firing was scheduled for hour 24, which gave Grease enough time to evacuate all personnel from the engine room, seal the bulkheads, and set up remote monitoring from a control station 3 compartments away behind 2 meters of hull plating. She initiated the firing sequence from her tablet, watching the power draw climb as the reactor fed energy into the field emitters. 12 gigawatts. The emitters hummed with a sound like the universe clearing its throat. 3 milliseconds of field generation. The compressed space projectile launched from the emitter array at 0.97 C, propagating along a vector that carried it directly away from the Corpus and toward empty space approximately 300,000 kilometers distant. The projectile traveled for 0.31 seconds before the spatial compression reached critical instability and decompressed. The energy release measured approximately 4.7 petajoules, which was equivalent to 1.1 megatons of TNT, or roughly 7% of the yield of a strategic thermonuclear warhead. The detonation was visible from Earth's surface as a brief flash of hard radiation that probably triggered every orbital sensor array in cislunar space. "Boss," Grease said into the comm, her voice carrying the kind of calm that suggested she was professionally terrified and refusing to acknowledge it. "The weapon works." "Yield?" Thorne asked. 1.1 megatons at 300,000 kilometers range. The compression field is stable during flight but decompresses catastrophically on impact or after 0.3 seconds of propagation, whichever comes first. "Accuracy? Depends on how good our targeting solutions are. The projectile travels in a straight line at near light speed. If we can point it at something, we can hit it." "Reload time?" "Approximately 90 seconds to cycle the emitters and recharge the containment fields." Grease checked her tablet, reviewing the thermal damage reports from the first firing. "System integrity is at 91%. We've got thermal stress fractures in the superconducting matrix that are going to propagate with each additional firing." "How many more shots?" "2, maybe 3 if we're lucky." "Then we have 2 shots." Thorne's voice carried something that might have been satisfaction, if satisfaction could be measured in megaton yields. "Broadcast the test results to the Federation fleet. I want them to know what we're pointing at them." The broadcast went out 30 minutes later as a standard tight beam transmission, containing the test firing telemetry, energy yield calculations, and a polite notification that the Corpus had successfully repurposed its propulsion system into a defensive countermeasure system rated for strategic deterrence applications. The Federation fleet's response arrived within 6 minutes, which was fast enough to suggest they'd already been monitoring the detonation and were now trying to determine whether they should treat it as a weapon test or an act of war. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne." General Hawkins's voice came through with the clipped precision of someone who had just watched a scrapped warship turn into a nuclear-equivalent weapons platform. "You are in violation of Federal Weapons Control Act Section 4, which prohibits the operation of strategic weapon systems by non-military personnel." "Good afternoon, General," Thorne replied. "I'm not operating a weapon system. I'm conducting safety tests on a repurposed propulsion array to determine whether it poses a navigation hazard to nearby vessels." "You just detonated the equivalent of a megaton-range warhead." "I decompressed a spatial distortion at a safe distance from inhabited orbital space." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "The fact that the decompression released energy equivalent to a strategic weapon is simply a consequence of the field dynamics involved. This is a weapon. This is a propulsion system operating in a non-standard configuration," Thorne corrected. "The Federal Salvage Code Section 12 specifically allows for testing of vessel systems during active repair operations, provided such tests are conducted at safe distances from populated areas." "Safe distance? You just created a radiation flash visible from Earth's surface, which is why we conducted the test at 300,000 kilometers from any inhabited zones." Thorne pulled up the federal safety regulations on his tablet. The minimum safe distance for strategic yield detonations is listed as 100,000 kilometers. We exceeded that requirement by 300%. The silence that followed had the quality of a man trying to find a regulation that would let him arrest someone for being technically correct. "How many of these weapons do you have?" Hawkins asked finally. "I have one propulsion system that can be operated in defensive configuration for approximately 3 firing cycles before requiring maintenance." Thorne checked his tablet. "After that, the system will need approximately 72 hours of repair work before it can be used again." 3 shots. 3 tests, Thorne corrected. "Whether those tests are conducted as demonstrations or as defensive countermeasures depends entirely on whether the Federation attempts any actions that would threaten the safety of this salvage operation. You're threatening to fire on Federal vessels." "I'm informing you that this vessel's propulsion system generates navigational hazards when operated in non-standard configurations, and that I am required under Federal Safety Code Section 8 to notify all nearby vessels of potential hazards to orbital traffic. Thorne made another notation. If Federal vessels choose to approach within the hazard radius during future system tests, that's a navigation decision I cannot control. Grease watched the exchange from her position at the engineering console, calculating the political implications of a salvage operator who had just declared possession of a weapon that could vaporize a frigate and was hiding behind safety regulations to justify keeping it armed. "Boss," she said on a private channel, "the Federation is going to classify this as a weapon platform." "Let them," Thorne replied. "By the time they process the classification paperwork, we'll have documented it as a propulsion system undergoing repair testing. The courts will spend 6 months arguing about whether spatial compression constitutes a weapon or a navigation hazard. And if they decide to eliminate the threat before the paperwork clears, then they'll have to approach within 300,000 kilometers to do it, which puts them inside our firing solution." Thorne closed his tablet. "Start planning the second test. I want it aimed at a vector that puts the detonation point directly along their primary approach corridor." "That's a threat. That's a navigation hazard notification," Thorne corrected. "There's a difference." The Federation fleet held position at minimum safe distance, which had just been redefined as far enough away that the compressed space cannon can't hit us, but close enough to maintain the fiction that we're still in control of this situation. Grease ran the calculations for the second test firing, plotting a trajectory that would detonate the spatial compression exactly along the vector the Federation fleet would need to use if they attempted a direct approach to the Corpus. It was a warning shot that hadn't been fired yet, but would be visible in the test telemetry as a planned navigation hazard zone that coincidentally blocked the most efficient boarding approach. "Emitter integrity is at 87%, she reported. "Thermal stress is accumulating faster than predicted. We might only get one more shot after this test. Then we'll make it count." Thorne walked to the observation port, looking out at the Federation fleet holding their position like ships that had just realized they were outgunned by a wreck held together with scrap metal and spite. "Schedule the test for 24 hours from now. Give them time to adjust their position. And if they don't move, then they'll learn what happens when you ignore navigation hazard warnings." The Corpus groaned under the thermal stress of systems that were being operated in configurations their designers had never intended, its reactor humming with 12 gigawatts of potential deterrence, its hull plating covered in oxidized scrap that made it look like debris, but hid a weapons platform that could crack a moon. Above them, the violet steam continued to vent. Below them, Earth rotated in oblivious ignorance of the fact that a salvage operation had just armed itself with physics and was threatening to use it. And somewhere in the Federation's Strategic Planning Division, an analyst was calculating the cost of eliminating a threat that could only fire 3 times versus the cost of leaving it armed, and hoping it never needed to fire at all. The universe didn't care about weapons classifications, but the insurance underwriters did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 7, The Scavenger Swarm. The drone hangar occupied approximately 12 cubic kilometers of internal volume in the Corpus's lower sections, which made it roughly the size of a small city, and about as easy to navigate if that city had been designed by engineers who measured distance in 3 dimensions and considered up a suggestion rather than a rule. Grease stood at the entrance to Hangar Bay 7, staring at rows of maintenance drones that stretched away into darkness like a mechanical graveyard, where nothing had actually died yet, but everything looked like it was thinking about it. Each drone measured approximately 2 meters across, built from the kind of alien alloy that suggested the hegemony had access to materials science humanity wouldn't discover for another 3 centuries. They were equipped with manipulator arms, cutting tools, welding arrays, and onboard AI cores sophisticated enough to perform complex repair operations without supervision. There were 10,372 of them, all offline, all waiting for instructions that would never come from an empire that had ceased to exist. "Boss," Grease said into the comm, "I'm looking at the drone inventory. These things were designed for autonomous ship maintenance, hull repairs, system diagnostics, parts replacement, basically everything we've been doing manually for the past month. Can you activate them?" Thorne's voice came back. Technically, yes. The power distribution network is intact and the AI cores are in standby mode. The problem is their programming. Reprogram them. Their operating parameters are locked to hegemony command protocols. I'd need to rewrite the core instruction set, which means bypassing about 40 different security layers and convincing the AI that I have authorization to modify fundamental operational directives. How long? Thorne asked. For one drone, maybe 6 hours. For 10,000 drones, approximately 3 years if I work alone. Then don't work alone. Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had already calculated resource allocation. Use the Corpus's AI core. It's already convinced it reports to us. Have it issue the authorization codes. The Corpus's AI core had been stuck in a recursive maintenance request loop for 8 months, which meant it had spent that entire time trying to file work orders with a bureaucracy that no longer existed while simultaneously trying to determine whether the current occupants were authorized personnel or salvage pirates. Thorne's bureaucratic spoofing had convinced it they were Tier 3 facility supervisors, which apparently gave them authority over environmental safety, but not necessarily over autonomous maintenance operations. Grease pulled up the AI's authorization hierarchy on her tablet, tracing the command structure through 17 different administrative levels until she found what she was looking for. A hegemony regulation that allowed facility supervisors to reassign maintenance assets during emergency repair operations. Emergency repair operations, she muttered, drafting a work order. Because apparently a moon-sized warship with 43 hull breaches doesn't qualify as an emergency unless we say it does. She submitted the work order through the spoofed hegemony interface, watching it propagate through the AI's processing queue. The response came back within 3 seconds. Authorization granted. Maintenance drone fleet reassigned to Facility Supervisor Thorne, Elias. Duration, indefinite. Operational parameters, subject to supervisor discretion. That was easier than it should have been, Grease said. The AI is desperate for someone to give it valid work orders, Thorne replied. It's been filing maintenance requests into the void for 8 months. We just gave it purpose. We gave it authorization to let us reprogram 10,000 autonomous drones. Correct. Start with basic parameter modification. I want those drones operational within 72 hours. The reprogramming operation began at hour 6, with Grease sitting in the drone hangar surrounded by tablet screens, displaying AI instruction sets in a programming language that looked like someone had combined assembly code with hieroglyphics and then run it through a translator that only understood violence. The core operational directive for each drone was simple: perform maintenance operations on Corpus systems in accordance with Hegemony Navy standards. The problem was that Hegemony Navy standards included approximately 17,000 pages of technical specifications, safety protocols, and operational procedures, all of which assumed the drones were operating on a functional warship crewed by hegemony personnel instead of a wreck occupied by humans who considered adequate a victory condition. Grease started deleting specifications. Welding quality standards? Gone. The drones would weld whatever needed welding and stop when the metal fused. Safety margins? Reduced to, don't kill the crew immediately. Materials requirements? Changed from hegemony-approved alloys to whatever's available. By hour 12, she'd reduced 17,000 pages of specifications to approximately 300 lines of core instruction. Maintain ship integrity. Prioritize atmospheric containment. Source materials as needed. Report to facilities. Supervisor for task assignment. Boss, she said into the comm, I've stripped the operational parameters down to basics. The drones will maintain the ship using whatever materials they can find, but their sourcing directive is going to be aggressive. Define aggressive, Thorne said. They're programmed to acquire materials as needed without specific sourcing restrictions. If they identify a component that matches their repair requirements, they'll harvest it. From where? From anywhere within operational range. Grease pulled up the drone specifications. Each drone has a flight ceiling of approximately 500 kilometers and can operate independently for 72 hours before requiring recharge. That puts everything in low Earth orbit within their acquisition zone. Including federal surveillance equipment. Including everything. Grease corrected. If it's metal, if it's in range, and if the drones determine it's useful for ship maintenance, they'll harvest it under salvage protocols. The silence that followed had the quality of a man watching a plan exceed its intended scope. You're telling me, Thorne said slowly, that we're about to release 10,000 autonomous drones programmed to strip anything metal within 500 kilometers and bring it back for parts. That's the operational directive, yes. And they'll classify federal equipment as salvage. They'll classify everything as salvage if it's not actively transmitting hegemony identification codes. Grease checked her tablet, which means approximately 100% of human-built orbital infrastructure is fair game. Perfect. Thorne's voice carried something that might have been satisfaction, if satisfaction could be measured in projected salvage tonnage. Activate them. I want full autonomous operations within the hour. Boss, the Federation is going to notice when their surveillance probes start disappearing. Let them notice. We're conducting authorized maintenance operations using properly programmed autonomous systems. If federal equipment happens to be within our operational radius, that's a navigation planning failure on their part. This is theft. This is salvage, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. The activation sequence propagated through the drone network at 0200 hours ship time, which was late enough that the Federation fleet's monitoring teams were probably running on coffee and suppressed panic, but early enough that their sensor arrays would catch the first drone launches. 10,372 maintenance drones powered up simultaneously, their anti-gravity drives humming to life with a sound like a swarm of mechanical bees achieving consciousness. Grease watched from the hangar observation port as the first wave launched, spreading out from the Corpus in a spherical pattern that suggested either sophisticated swarm coordination or complete chaos, depending on whether you trusted the AI's pathfinding algorithms. Each drone carried onboard sensors calibrated to identify materials suitable for ship repair. Metals, composite alloys, superconducting cable, anything that could be repurposed for hull patches, system replacements, or general maintenance operations. The first target acquisition happened at hour 0.3, when a drone designated MX-0047 detected a federal surveillance probe at range 180 kilometers and identified its titanium hull casing as suitable material for atmospheric seal reinforcement. The drone approached the probe at approximately 40 meters per second, matched velocity, and began cutting operations using a plasma torch rated for hull plating work. The probe's autonomous defense systems attempted to maneuver away. The drone followed, interpreting the evasion attempt as unsecured salvage and uncontrolled drift, and increasing its approach speed to ensure acquisition before the material escaped operational range. 30 seconds later, the probe's hull casing was being transported back to the Corpus, while its internal electronics drifted in pieces that were too small to register on long-range sensors. Boss, Grease said, watching the telemetry, the drones just harvested their first federal asset. Noted, Thorne replied. Continue monitoring. I want acquisition rates and material classifications for the operational log. By hour 3, the drone swarm had harvested 17 federal surveillance probes, 4 decommissioned communication satellites, and 1 unmanned cargo tug that had been abandoned in parking orbit after a thruster failure. By hour 6, the count was up to 43 probes, 19 satellites, and 3 cargo vessels, plus approximately 200 tons of miscellaneous orbital debris that the drones had classified as potentially useful scrap metal. The Federal Fleet's response arrived at hour 7 in the form of a tight beam transmission that bypassed normal communication protocols and went directly to Thorne's command console with enough encryption layers to suggest legal had been involved in drafting the message. Salvage Supervisor Thorne? General Hawkins's voice came through with the clipped precision of someone who had just watched 10,000 drones strip 43 surveillance probes and was trying to determine whether this constituted an act of war or an extremely aggressive recycling program. Your autonomous systems are interfering with federal orbital assets. Good morning, General, Thorne replied. My maintenance drones are conducting authorized salvage operations in accordance with Federal Salvage Code Section 9, which permits autonomous acquisition of uncontrolled orbital debris within established operational zones. Those aren't debris. Those are active surveillance platforms. According to my drone's sensor logs, they're unidentified metal objects in uncontrolled orbits without valid hegemony identification transponders. Thorne pulled up the acquisition logs on his tablet. Federal regulations require all orbital assets to transmit identification codes. Your surveillance platforms weren't transmitting codes my systems recognize, so they were classified as abandoned property. They were transmitting federal codes, which my hegemony standard equipment doesn't recognize as valid, Thorne interrupted. The Interstellar Commerce Treaty requires mutual recognition of identification protocols. If the Federation wants its equipment recognized by hegemony systems, I'll need you to file the appropriate cross-certification paperwork with the Hegemony Standards Authority. The hegemony doesn't exist anymore. Then I can't cross-certify your identification codes. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. Until such time as proper certification is filed, any unidentified orbital assets within my operational radius will continue to be classified as salvage material. Grease watched the drone telemetry as MX-0231 approached another federal probe, this one actively maneuvering to avoid acquisition. The drone matched the evasion pattern, calculated intercept vectors, and closed to cutting range within 40 seconds. The drones are learning, she said. They're adapting their approach patterns based on target behavior. That probe tried to evade. The drone compensated. That's optimal performance, Thorne replied. Continue monitoring. Boss, the Federation is going to militarize this. They're going to classify the drones as weapon systems and authorize lethal countermeasures. Let them try. Thorne pulled up the drone specifications on his tablet. Each drone masses approximately 200 kilograms and is built from hegemony military-grade alloy. They're designed to operate in debris fields during active combat operations. Federal countermeasures are going to damage maybe 10% of the swarm before the drones adapt their evasion protocols. And the other 90%? We'll continue harvesting. Thorne made another notation. At current acquisition rates, we're collecting approximately 30 tons of salvage material per hour. That's 720 tons per day, 5,040 tons per week. By the time the Federation deploys effective countermeasures, we'll have stripped everything in low Earth orbit that isn't actively defended. The drone swarm continued operations, spreading through cislunar space like a mechanical plague that identified federal equipment as raw materials and processed objections as navigation obstacles. By hour 12, the count was up to 173 probes, 64 satellites, and 12 cargo vessels. By hour 24, the Federation had filed an emergency injunction with the Federal Maritime Court, requesting immediate shutdown of all autonomous salvage operations pending review of acquisition protocols. By hour 48, the court had scheduled a hearing for 90 days out, which was the standard processing time for emergency injunctions involving complex salvage law and interstellar commerce treaties. By hour 72, the drone swarm had harvested enough material to patch another 17 hull breaches, upgrade 6 internal compartments, and establish a stockpile of raw materials sufficient to keep maintenance operations running for approximately 6 months. The Federation fleet maintained position at minimum safe distance, their remaining surveillance capability reduced to long-range optical sensors that could see the Corpus but couldn't get close enough to assess operational details. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was calculating the replacement cost of 237 surveillance probes and coming to the conclusion that Elias Thorne had just stolen half the Federation's orbital monitoring network while hiding behind salvage regulations and identification protocol technicalities. The universe didn't care about autonomous harvesting, but the procurement offices did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 8. The Metabolism of a God. The biodomes occupied 17 compartments in the Corpus's midsections, each one measuring approximately 8,000 cubic meters and containing atmospheric processing equipment that had been designed to support hegemony biological requirements, which turned out to be remarkably similar to human requirements plus or minus a few trace gases and a tolerance for radiation levels that would sterilize most Earth organisms. Grease stood in Biodome 3, staring at rows of cultivation trays that stretched away under artificial lighting calibrated to approximate Earth's solar spectrum at 42% efficiency, which was terrible for power consumption but adequate for photosynthesis. The lichen they'd been cultivating for atmospheric scrubbing had spread across approximately 600 square meters of tray surface, growing in thick mats that absorbed carbon dioxide and produced oxygen at rates that made terrestrial plants look lazy by comparison. It also produced waste, approximately 40 kilograms per day of organic residue that accumulated in the drainage channels below the cultivation trays, a brown-gray sludge that smelled like a combination of mushrooms, wet dirt, and something that didn't have a terrestrial analog but which Grease's brain interpreted as industrially productive decay. "Boss," she said into the comm, "we need to discuss the lichen waste problem." "Define problem," Thorne's voice came back. "We're generating 40 kilograms of organic sludge per day with nowhere to put it. The drainage systems are backing up. If we don't establish a waste processing protocol, the biodomes are going to flood with decomposed lichen in approximately 12 days. Can you repurpose it?" "Into what?" "Something useful." Grease looked at the sludge accumulating in the collection tank, calculating disposal costs versus the probability that Thorne had already decided what useful meant. "You want me to find an application for alien biological waste. I want you to determine whether it has value." Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had already run cost-benefit analyses on garbage. "Everything has value if you can quantify it properly." 6 hours later, Grease was standing in front of a portable analysis unit running biochemical assays on the lichen waste, watching her tablet display nutrient composition data that suggested either her sensors were malfunctioning or they'd accidentally discovered the most efficient fertilizer in human history. Nitrogen content, 18% by mass. Phosphorus, 12%. Potassium, 9%. Trace minerals, calcium, magnesium, iron, zinc, copper. Basically every micronutrient earth crops required for optimal growth, present in ratios that looked like someone had designed them specifically for agricultural applications. "This doesn't make sense," she muttered, running the analysis a second time to confirm the results. The data came back identical. The lichen waste contained nutrient concentrations approximately 40 times higher than conventional earth compost, with bioavailability ratios that suggested near-complete absorption by plant root systems. It was fertilizer that shouldn't exist, produced by organisms that had evolved on a planet humanity would never visit, concentrated through biological processes the hegemony had probably engineered for shipboard food production. "Boss," Grease said into the comm, "the waste has agricultural value, significant agricultural value." "Quantify it," Thorne replied. Nitrogen-phosphorus-potassium ratio is 18-12-9 with full micronutrient supplementation. Application rates would be approximately 0.5 kilograms per square meter for optimal crop yield. At current waste production, we're generating enough fertilizer to support approximately 80 square meters of cultivation per day. What's the yield multiplier versus standard earth agriculture? Grease ran the calculations, modeling crop growth under optimal conditions with the alien fertilizer. Conservatively, 400% increase in biomass production. Wheat yields would go from approximately 0.3 kilograms per square meter to 1.2 kilograms. Potatoes from 2 kilograms to 8. The lichen waste is functionally a concentrated growth accelerant. "Test it," Thorne said. "I want empirical data within 72 hours. The test cultivation began at hour 8, with Grease planting wheat seeds in 6 experimental trays. 3 with standard hydroponic nutrient solution, 3 with the alien fertilizer diluted to application-safe concentrations. The wheat in the standard trays germinated within 18 hours and produced shoots measuring approximately 2 centimeters by hour 48, which was normal growth for hydroponic cultivation under artificial lighting. The wheat in the fertilizer trays germinated within 6 hours and produced shoots measuring 11 centimeters by hour 48, with stalk diameter approximately twice the standard cultivation and leaf coloration that measured at 427 nanometers under spectral analysis. The wheat was glowing. Not brightly, it wasn't bioluminescent in any meaningful sense, but the chlorophyll was absorbing and re-emitting light in the blue-violet spectrum at intensities that made the plants look like they were backlit by alien suns. "Boss," Grease said, staring at the glowing wheat, "the fertilizer works. It works extremely well. The yield multiplier is tracking at 500% with growth rates that violate every agricultural timeline I've ever seen." "Side effects?" Thorne asked. "The plants are glowing blue. I'm reading elevated chlorophyll concentrations and photosynthetic efficiency at approximately 300% of terrestrial baseline. Is it safe for human consumption?" "Unknown. I'd need to run toxicology screens, digestibility tests, nutritional analysis, probably 6 months of testing before I could certify it as food safe. We don't have 6 months. Thorne's voice carried the flat certainty of someone who had already calculated risk-benefit ratios. Harvest a sample. I'll test it myself. The first harvest came at hour 144, approximately 6 days after planting, which was fast enough to suggest the wheat had skipped several developmental stages and gone directly to grain production. Grease harvested 3 stalks, each one measuring 60 centimeters tall with seed heads that glowed faint blue under the artificial lighting. She processed the grain using a hand mill, producing approximately 30 grams of flour that looked normal, except for a faint violet tint that suggested either exotic pigmentation or trace contamination from the fertilizer. "Flour ready," she reported to Thorne. "Do you want me to run chemical analysis first, or—" "Bring it to the bridge," Thorne interrupted. "I'll conduct the consumption test." "Boss, this could be toxic. We don't know how the alien compounds interact with human metabolism. Then I'll find out." Thorne's voice carried no concern, just calculation. "Worst case, we lose 1 crew member and gain data on toxicity profiles. Best case, we've got exportable agricultural product. You're using yourself as a test subject." "I'm conducting quality assurance on a potential revenue stream," Thorne corrected. "There's a difference." Thorne mixed the blue-tinted flour with water and consumed approximately 50 grams in the form of an unleavened cake that probably violated multiple culinary standards but met minimum caloric requirements. Grease monitored his vital signs for the next 12 hours, watching for allergic reactions, digestive distress, or acute toxicity. None occurred. By hour 24, Thorne reported feeling normal, which for him meant he'd spent 16 hours drafting legal documents and 8 hours calculating resource allocation without any apparent degradation in cognitive function. By hour 48, blood work showed normal metabolic markers with slightly elevated vitamin and mineral concentrations that suggested the blue wheat was not only safe but nutritionally superior to standard earth grain. "It's food," Thorne said, reviewing the analysis results on his tablet. "Better than food. It's concentrated nutrition produced at 500% yield using waste we were going to dispose of anyway." "What do we do with it?" Grease asked. "We sell it." Thorne pulled up a star chart on his display, highlighting colony installations in the outer system. "Start with Ganymede Station. They've been running food deficit for the past 8 months. Current grain prices are approximately 400 credits per kilogram, with delivery premiums that triple the value. We're going to sell glowing wheat to a starving colony. We're going to sell high-yield, nutritionally complete grain to a colony experiencing supply chain failures," Thorne corrected. "The fact that it glows is a distinguishing product characteristic, not a defect." The first export shipment left the Corpus 72 hours later in the form of a cargo container holding 500 kilograms of processed blue wheat grain, launched on a ballistic trajectory that would intersect Ganymede Station's orbit in approximately 18 days. The shipment included documentation certifying the grain as novel agricultural product, human safe, high nutritional value, along with independent toxicology reports that Thorne had generated using his own blood work as empirical data. It also included a price quote, 300 credits per kilogram, delivery included, payment terms net 30 with volume discounts available for standing orders. The response from Ganymede Station arrived 14 hours after the container launch, which was fast enough to suggest someone in their procurement office had been monitoring supply channels with desperation. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne," the message began, transmitted by Station Administrator Chen, with encryption suggesting financial transactions were about to be discussed. "We've reviewed your grain specifications and are prepared to accept delivery pending quality verification. However, we note your asking price is 25% below current market rates. This suggests either inferior product or market manipulation." "Neither," Thorne replied in his response transmission. "It suggests efficient production methods and a desire to establish long-term supply relationships. The grain is certified human-safe with nutritional profiles superior to standard earth wheat. The blue coloration is a cosmetic variation resulting from enhanced chlorophyll concentrations." "What are your production capabilities?" "Current output is approximately 400 kilograms per week with scalability to 2,000 kilograms within 90 days. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. I can guarantee delivery within 30-day windows for standing orders of 500 kilograms or more, at 300 credits per kilogram, for the first 6 months. After that, pricing will adjust based on market conditions and production costs. The negotiations continued for another 48 hours, during which Administrator Chen attempted to negotiate the price down to 270 credits, and Thorne countered by offering volume discounts that brought the effective price to 285 while maintaining the listed rate at 300. The final contract was signed at hour 96. Ganymede Station would purchase 1,000 kilograms per month for 6 months at 285 credits per kilogram, with options to extend the contract based on product quality and delivery reliability. Total contract value: 1.7 million credits over 6 months. Return on investment for 40 kilograms of daily lichen waste, approximately 42,000%. Boss, Grease said, reviewing the contract terms, we just sold garbage to a starving colony for 1.7 million credits. We sold agricultural product to a colony experiencing supply difficulties, Thorne corrected. The fact that our production costs approach zero is simply efficient resource utilization. They're going to realize we're producing this from alien waste. They're going to realize they're paying below market rates for nutritionally superior grain with guaranteed delivery schedules. Thorne pulled up the biodome expansion plans on his tablet, which means they're not going to ask questions about production methodology as long as the food keeps arriving. The second contract came from Titan Research Station 48 hours later, requesting 800 kilograms per month at similar pricing. The third contract came from Europa Settlement, requesting 500 kilograms per month with expedited delivery. By the end of week 2, Thorne had signed contracts totaling 4.2 million credits over 6 months, representing agricultural exports to 7 different colonies that were all experiencing varying degrees of supply chain stress from the Federation's post-war economic restructuring. By week 4, he'd expanded the biodome cultivation area to accommodate production demands, converting 6 additional compartments to lichen farming and wheat cultivation. By week 6, Ganymede Station's Administrator Chen had transmitted a request for political consultation regarding Federation trade policies, which Thorne interpreted as, "We're experiencing regulatory pressure and need allies who understand how to weaponize bureaucracy." Political alignment through food security, Grease said, watching the consultation request come through. Resource dependency relationships, Thorne corrected. Ganymede Station requires reliable grain supplies. We provide those supplies at rates the Federation can't match. Their political interests naturally align with ensuring our operation continues uninterrupted. You're buying their loyalty. I'm establishing mutual benefit relationships based on economic interdependence. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. The fact that those relationships happen to create political pressure against federal interference is an unavoidable consequence of free market dynamics. The Federation's response to the agricultural exports arrived at week 8 in the form of a trade compliance inquiry questioning whether the Corpus qualified as a licensed agricultural production facility under federal food safety regulations. Thorne's response cited the Interstellar Commerce Treaty provisions regarding novel agricultural products developed in non-terrestrial environments, which granted provisional certification pending long-term safety studies that could take up to 3 years to complete. By the time the Federal Food Safety Commission scheduled their first inspection, Thorne had established supply relationships with 11 colonies representing approximately 40% of outer system food imports. By the time the inspection actually occurred, 6 months later, those colonies had filed amicus briefs with the Federal Trade Commission, arguing that any disruption to the Corpus's agricultural operations would constitute a strategic threat to outer system food security. The universe didn't care about fertilizer production, but the procurement offices did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 9. The First Breach. Sector 4 had 17 hull breaches ranging from 2 meters to 47 meters across, which made it the most damaged section of the Corpus, and therefore the most logical entry point for anyone attempting unauthorized boarding operations. Thorne stood in compartment 4 Delta, staring at the largest breach, a gaping 47-meter wound that exposed approximately 6,000 cubic meters of interior space to vacuum, and calculating the probability that the Federation would eventually stop threatening legal action and start attempting physical seizure. The probability was approximately 93%, which meant they had maybe 2 weeks before someone decided that boarding the ship was easier than fighting the paperwork. "This is the weak point," he said to Grease, who was running structural integrity scans on the surrounding bulkheads. "If they're going to breach, they're coming through here." "Because we haven't patched it yet," Grease said. "Because we're not going to patch it." Thorne pulled up a schematic on his tablet, highlighting the compartment layout. "We're going to leave it open, make it look like an oversight. Then we're going to make it very expensive to use. You want to set a trap. I want to establish defensive countermeasures that discourage unauthorized entry while remaining within federal safety regulations." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "If those countermeasures happen to incapacitate trespassers, that's simply an unavoidable consequence of proper facility management." The trap construction began at hour 6, with Grease installing fire suppression foam dispensers along the perimeter of compartment 4 Delta. The dispensers were rated for industrial firefighting applications, designed to flood enclosed spaces with expanding polymer foam that smothered flames by displacing oxygen and coating surfaces in fire-retardant material. Each dispenser held approximately 500 liters of concentrate that expanded to 50 cubic meters when activated, which meant the 12 dispensers Grease was installing could flood the entire compartment with 600 cubic meters of foam in approximately 30 seconds. "Foam density is 0.8 kilograms per liter," Grease reported, checking her installation readings. "Total mass when fully deployed is approximately 480 kilograms distributed across 6,000 cubic meters. That's enough to fill the space, but not enough to provide significant structural support." "What about mobility restriction?" Thorne asked. "Anyone caught in the foam is going to have limited movement. The polymer sets within 60 seconds of deployment, creating a semi-rigid matrix that requires cutting tools to remove." Grease ran calculations on her tablet. Extraction time for a single person in full boarding armor would be approximately 20 minutes without external assistance. "And with gravity manipulation?" "Depends on the field strength." Grease pulled up the gravity control interface. "Standard Earth gravity is 1G. We can configure the field generators to run up to 4.7 G in localized zones." "Configure it for 4G, Thorne said. "I want anyone who enters that compartment pinned to the deck. 4G means a 70-kilogram person effectively weighs 280 kilograms. That's enough to make movement extremely difficult and cause potential physiological stress." "That's the point." Thorne made another notation. "Set the trigger to activate when unauthorized personnel cross the breach threshold. I want the foam deployed first, then gravity applied once they're immobilized." The gravity field configuration took another 12 hours, during which Grease discovered that the Corpus's gravity generators could be programmed with spatial precision down to cubic meter resolution, which meant she could create a zone where gravity increased from 1G to 4G over a distance of approximately 3 meters. Anyone entering the compartment would experience normal gravity near the breach, then encounter rapidly increasing weight as they moved deeper into the space, finally hitting full 4G load approximately 9 meters from the entry point. "This is going to be disorienting," Grease said, testing the field gradient. "They'll feel their weight quadruple over the span of 3 steps." "Good." Thorne reviewed the sensor placement, checking coverage angles. "What's the detection range on the breach sensors?" "Approximately 15 meters. Anyone approaching the breach from outside will trigger proximity alerts at 15 meters, identification protocols at 10 meters, and active countermeasures at breach threshold. And if they don't respond to identification protocols, then they're classified as unauthorized personnel and the foam deploys automatically." Grease closed the control interface on her tablet. "This is a trap that operates on standing orders. Once it's armed, anyone who crosses that threshold without valid authorization is going to end up immobilized in fire foam under 4 times Earth gravity. How long can they survive in those conditions?" "Depends on their physical conditioning and armor capabilities. The foam doesn't restrict breathing if they keep their helmet vents clear. The gravity is survivable for approximately 12 hours before physiological stress becomes critical." Grease ran medical impact calculations. After 12 hours, they're looking at potential circulatory problems, muscle damage, and general systemic failure from prolonged high G exposure. "Then we have 12 hours to respond to unauthorized entry," Thorne said. "That's adequate. Arm the system." The mercenary boarding party arrived at hour 72, which was later than Thorne had calculated, but early enough to suggest they'd been hired by someone with enough credits to afford professional infiltration specialists, but not enough patience to wait for legal proceedings. The sensors picked them up at 15 meters, 6 contacts and powered armor approaching the Sector 4 breach from a small insertion craft that had launched from somewhere beyond the Federation fleet's monitoring range. "Boss," Grease said from the bridge watching the sensor feeds, "we've got unauthorized approach. 6 contacts, military-grade armor signatures, approaching Sector 4 breach at 2 meters per second. "Identification protocols?" Thorne asked. "Broadcasting standard federal transponder codes, but the codes are 3 months out of date and don't match any registered boarding authorization." "Mercenaries." Thorne pulled up the compartment camera feeds on his tablet. "Let them enter. I want documentation of the entire incursion." The first mercenary crossed the breach threshold at 0340 hours ship time, their powered armor registering approximately 120 kilograms base mass plus equipment. The proximity sensors logged the entry. The identification protocols queried for authorization. The mercenary's transponder returned outdated codes. The foam dispensers activated. 12 nozzles opened simultaneously, flooding compartment 4 Delta with expanding polymer foam that filled the space from deck to overhead in approximately 28 seconds. The mercenary's armor telemetry showed confusion, then alarm, then active attempts to reverse course as 600 cubic meters of fire suppressant foam engulfed the entry team. By second 30, all 6 mercenaries were completely submerged in semi-rigid polymer that was setting around their armor like industrial-strength packing material. At second 45, the gravity field activated. Standard Earth gravity shifted to 4G over the span of 3 meters, pinning the foam-trapped mercenaries to the deck with force equivalent to 480 kilograms per person. The armor telemetry showed immediate physiological stress, heart rates spiking, respiratory rates increasing, muscle strain indicators going critical as the mercenaries tried to move under quadruple their normal weight while encased in hardening foam. "They're immobilized," Grease reported, watching the biomonitors. "Vital signs are elevated but stable. No immediate medical emergencies." "How long until foam extraction?" Thorne asked. "Minimum 20 minutes per person with cutting tools. They'd need external assistance and proper equipment. Current estimate for self-extraction under 4G load is approximately 6 hours if they don't suffer muscle failure first." "Good." Thorne pulled up the communication interface and opened a channel to the trapped mercenaries. "Attention unauthorized personnel. You are currently immobilized in compartment 4 Delta following violation of federal trespass statutes and salvage operation safety codes. Please remain calm. Emergency extraction services will be provided following completion of standard incident documentation." The response came through one of the mercenaries' external speakers, the voice strained with the effort of speaking under 4G load. "We're contractors, authorized by Federal Emergency Powers Act. Your transponder codes are 3 months out of date and do not match any current federal authorization database," Thorne replied. "Additionally, federal emergency powers do not supersede salvage operation safety protocols, which require all personnel entering hazardous work zones to possess current safety certifications. We're trapped in foam. You're secured by automated fire suppression systems that activated in response to unauthorized entry into a documented fire hazard zone." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "Compartment 4 Delta is classified as high fire risk due to exposed power conduits and volatile atmosphere composition. The foam deployment was a legitimate safety response to unidentified contacts entering the hazard area. 4 time gravity. The compartment is configured with enhanced gravitational load for structural stabilization during repair operations." Thorne continued. "Federal Safety Code Section 14 requires clearly posted signage warning of gravitational variation zones. Such signage is posted at the breach entry point in both English and hegemony standard notation." "Didn't see signs. That constitutes operator negligence, not facility liability." Thorne checked the documentation timestamps. "Your entry was logged at 340 hours. Current time is 402 hours. Per standard emergency response protocols, extraction teams will be dispatched following completion of incident documentation, which requires approximately 6 additional hours to file properly." The silence that followed had the quality of 6 mercenaries realizing they were going to spend the next 6 hours pinned to a deck under 4 times Earth gravity while a salvage supervisor filed paperwork. "You can't leave us here," one of them managed. "I can't authorize emergency extraction without proper documentation," Thorne corrected. Federal regulations require detailed incident reports for all safety system activations involving personnel injury or immobilization. The reporting process involves 17 different forms, each of which requires supervisor review and certification. 6 hours. Approximately. Possibly 8 if I encounter any documentation inconsistencies that require revision. Thorne made another notation. "I should also inform you that rescue operations in hazardous work zones are billed at standard contractor rates, which for specialized extraction from fire suppression foam under elevated gravity conditions runs approximately 4,000 credits per person per hour." "You're billing us for rescue?" "I'm billing you for invasive cleaning services," Thorne corrected. "The fire suppression foam will need to be removed from compartment 4 Delta following your extraction, which requires specialized equipment and approximately 40 hours of labor. Total cleaning cost is estimated at 96,000 credits, divided equally among all personnel whose unauthorized entry necessitated the foam deployment. That's 16,000 per person. Plus extraction fees, yes." Thorne reviewed his invoice calculations on the tablet. "I can provide an itemized estimate if you'd like to review the charges before authorizing the work." The mercenaries spent the next 6 hours immobilized in hardening foam under 4G load while Thorne filed incident reports, safety violation notices, and trespassing complaints with every relevant federal agency he could identify. By hour 8, the documentation was complete and certified by the Corpus's AI core as meeting all hegemony standard reporting requirements. By hour 9, Greece had assembled an extraction team equipped with plasma cutters and foam-dissolving agents. By hour 12, all 6 mercenaries had been removed from the compartment, their armor scored with cutting marks and their vital signs showing the kind of physiological stress that suggested they'd just spent half a day pinned under 480 kilograms of distributed load. Thorne met them at the medical bay, holding a tablet with the final invoice displayed. "Extraction services, 24,000 credits per person," he read from the screen. "Foam removal and compartment cleaning, 16,000 credits per person. Medical assessment and treatment, 3,000 credits per person. Total per person cost, 43,000 credits. Payable within 30 days per standard contractor terms." "We're not paying that," the lead mercenary said, his voice still strained from the extraction. "Then I'll file a lien against your employer for services rendered during emergency operations," Thorne replied. "Federal Contractor Payment Act requires settlement of outstanding invoices within 90 days, or legal action becomes authorized." "You can't—" "I can and will." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "You entered my facility without authorization, triggered safety systems that required extensive cleanup, and necessitated emergency extraction services. The charges are legitimate and properly documented. Whether you pay them voluntarily or through court-ordered wage garnishment is a decision I'll leave to you and your legal counsel." The mercenaries departed the Corpus 6 hours later on a medical transport, their armor damaged, their bodies exhausted, and their employer facing a 258,000 credit invoice for a boarding operation that had achieved exactly nothing except documentation of how expensive unauthorized entry had become. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was calculating the cost of hiring additional mercenary teams versus the cost of letting Thorne keep the ship. Somewhere in a private military contractor's office, a procurement specialist was explaining to their supervisor why they'd just spent 250,000 credits to have 6 operators trapped in fire foam for 12 hours. And somewhere in compartment 4 Delta, Greece was resetting the trap for the next unauthorized entry attempt. "Think they'll try again?" she asked Thorne over the comm. "Eventually," Thorne replied, "but not for another few weeks, and probably not through Sector 4. Should we set traps in the other breach points?" "Already drafted the work orders." Thorne pulled up the schematics for Sectors 2, 6, and 9. Foam dispensers, gravity fields, and clearly posted safety signage in accordance with federal regulations. If they want a breach, they're going to pay for it. One way or another. "Correct." Thorne closed his tablet. "Bill them all. Eventually someone will realize that legal proceedings are cheaper than cleanup fees." The Corpus groaned under the weight of systems that had been repurposed from warship operations into the galaxy's most expensive security apparatus. Its foam dispensers armed, its gravity fields configured, its documentation systems ready to generate invoices for anyone who crossed the wrong threshold. Above them, the violet steam continued to vent. Below them, Earth rotated in oblivious ignorance of the fact that a salvage operation had just weaponized industrial safety regulations and was charging for the privilege. And somewhere in the small print of federal contractor law, there was probably a clause that said you couldn't bill people for rescuing them from traps you'd set. But Thorne hadn't found it yet, and he'd read the manual. All of it. Chapter 10, The Parking Ticket. The Lagrange point where the Corpus maintained its position had been stable for 96 days, which was long enough to establish precedent under federal space occupancy regulations, but not long enough to qualify as permanent installation, which meant it existed in a legal gray zone that Thorne had been studying with the focus of a man planning to weaponize ambiguity. He stood on the bridge reviewing orbital mechanics data on his tablet, calculating the gravitational relationship between the Corpus, Earth, Luna, and Sol, with the precision of someone who was about to bill the Federation for physics. The Lagrange point is a stable orbital position created by the gravitational interaction between Earth and Luna, he said to Grease, who was running system diagnostics at the engineering console. But the entire Earth-Luna system orbits Sol at a mean distance of 1 astronomical unit, maintaining heliocentric stability through solar gravitational influence. Correct, Grease said without looking up. The Sun's gravity maintains our entire orbital system. Without it, Earth-Luna would drift off into interstellar space, which means every asset in cislunar space is utilizing solar gravitational resources to maintain orbital stability. Thorne pulled up federal space occupancy law on his tablet. Section 4, subsection 12 establishes that naturally occurring gravitational resources constitute limited availability phenomena subject to usage fees when occupied or utilized by commercial operations. We're not occupying the Sun. We're occupying space-time within its gravitational influence zone and utilizing that influence for commercial operations, Thorne corrected. Which means we're leasing gravitational services from Sol and subleasing orbital stability to the Federation. Grease stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him. You're going to file a lien against the Sun. I'm going to file a sovereign lien against the local stellar body for unpaid space-time lease fees, Thorne said, his voice carrying the flat certainty of someone who had found a loophole and intended to drive a moon-sized warship through it. We occupy this position. The Federation benefits from the same solar gravitational field we use. Therefore, they're utilizing space-time resources we've established commercial claim to. That's not how orbital mechanics works. That's exactly how federal space occupancy law works. Thorne pulled up the relevant statutes. Section 4, subsection 19. Any entity occupying gravitational resources that provide benefits to third-party assets may file for resource compensation under the limited availability doctrine. Grease stared at the legal text on his screen, processing the implications. You're going to claim the Federation owes us rent because their satellites use the Sun's gravity. I'm going to file a sovereign lien against Sol for unpaid space-time lease fees resulting from commercial utilization of solar gravitational resources, Thorne corrected. The fact that those fees happen to apply to anyone operating assets within the heliocentric gravitational field we've established commercial operations in is simply a consequence of occupying a limited availability natural resource. The Sun's gravitational influence extends to the heliopause. That's over 100 astronomical units. We're claiming commercial operations within 1 astronomical unit, specifically the Earth-Luna orbital zone, where we maintain permanent operations. Thorne pulled up the calculation spreadsheet. Every satellite in cislunar space operates within the same solar gravitational field we use for station keeping and orbital stability. We're the first entity to establish documented commercial operations utilizing that resource. Therefore, we have priority claim, for which we're charging, for which we're claiming compensation under established federal resource law. Thorne corrected. There's a difference. What's the fee structure? Thorne displayed the invoice on his tablet. 0.001 credits per kilogram per day for assets operating within our claimed solar gravitational resource zone. Current satellite mass in cislunar orbits is approximately 47,000 tons. Daily fee total, 470 credits. That's nothing. That's 171,000 credits per year, compounding annually. Thorne made another notation. Plus retroactive fees dating from our initial occupation 96 days ago, which brings the current balance due to approximately 45,000 credits. And when the Federation refuses to pay, then the lien accumulates interest at the federal statutory rate of 8.5% per annum, and we're legally authorized to seize collateral assets equal to the outstanding balance. Thorne pulled up the seizure priority list, starting with the nearest federal satellite, which happens to be a GPS navigation platform, worth approximately 2.3 million credits. The Sovereign Lion filing was submitted to the Federal Claims Office at 1400 hours ship time, transmitted through standard legal channels with approximately 370 pages of supporting documentation that cited heliocentric orbital mechanics, solar gravitational influence calculations, and 17 different precedents involving resource compensation for naturally occurring phenomena. The filing identified the claimant as Salvage Supervisor Elias Thorne, Acting Administrator of Corpus 779 Sovereign Salvage Territory, the debtor as the United Earth Federation, the liened resource as SOL, Local Stellar Body, Classification G2V, and the claimed service as Commercial Space-Time Leasing within Solar Gravitational Influence Zone, 1 astronomical unit radius, Earth-Luna orbital sector. Current balance due, 45,273 credits. Payment terms, net 30, with 8.5% annual interest on overdue balances. Collateral authorization. Federal assets within claimed solar gravitational resource zone. Seizure priority by replacement value. The Federal Claims Office response arrived within 4 hours, which was fast enough to suggest someone in their legal department had been monitoring for new filings from Thorne and was now experiencing what could clinically be described as actuarial distress. Salvage Supervisor Thorne, the message began, transmitted by Federal Claims Administrator Morrison with encryption, suggesting career-ending implications were being discussed. Your lien filing has been received and is currently under review. However, we note several irregularities that require clarification before processing can proceed. Good afternoon, Administrator Morrison, Thorne replied. I'm happy to clarify any questions regarding the filing. You filed a lien against the Sun. I filed a lien against SOL, the local stellar body, for unpaid compensation related to commercial utilization of solar gravitational resources, Thorne corrected. The Corpus's operations within the heliocentric system utilize space-time stabilized by solar gravity. The Federation operates 47,000 tons of satellite infrastructure within the same gravitational resource zone. Federal space occupancy law specifically allows for resource compensation when limited availability natural phenomena provide measurable commercial benefits. The Sun is a natural stellar body. You can't claim ownership. I'm not claiming ownership. I'm claiming commercial priority for resource utilization, Thorne replied. Federal precedent established in Parker v. Lunar Development Corporation confirms that first commercial use of naturally occurring resources constitutes a valid basis for compensation claims, even when the resource itself is naturally occurring and unownable. That case involved water ice deposits on the lunar surface. The principle applies to any naturally occurring resource utilized for commercial operations, including solar gravitational fields, Thorne replied. The court specifically ruled that first commercial use plus documented economic activity equals valid claim, regardless of whether the resource is solid, liquid, gaseous, or gravitational in nature. You can't file liens against stars. I can file resource compensation claims against any naturally occurring phenomena I utilize for commercial operations, Thorne corrected. Sol's gravitational field maintains the orbital stability that enables our salvage operations, agricultural exports, and autonomous materials acquisition. The Federation benefits from the same gravitational resource. Therefore, they're utilizing space-time I've established commercial priority in. This is absurd. This is properly documented resource law, Thorne replied. Section 4, subsection 19 of Federal Space Occupancy Law makes no distinction between planetary, lunar, or stellar gravitational resources. All naturally occurring gravitational phenomena are subject to commercial use claims when properly documented. The silence that followed had the quality of a legal department realizing they were arguing against their own precedents. "What's your basis for the fee calculation?" Morrison asked finally. "Standard orbital services billing rates as established by the Interstellar Commerce Commission," Thorne replied. 0.001 credits per kilogram per day for commercial operations utilizing shared gravitational resources, applied to all assets within the documented solar influence zone we've established priority claim in. That's 47,000 tons of satellite infrastructure. Correct. The fee assessment is properly documented in Appendix C of the filing, with individual asset masses verified against Federal Orbital Registry data. All assets operate within the same heliocentric gravitational field we utilize for our commercial operations. You're billing us for using the sun's gravity. I'm billing you for operating commercial assets within a solar gravitational resource zone where I've established documented first commercial use, Thorne corrected. The fact that your satellites use the same stellar gravitational field doesn't exempt them from standard usage fees for shared natural resources. This is extortion. This is a legitimate resource compensation claim filed in accordance with Federal Space Occupancy Law Section 4, properly documented with supporting calculations and precedent citations. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. If you believe the claim is invalid, you're welcome to file a counterclaim and request judicial review, which will take approximately 18 months to process. 18 months. During which time the lien remains active and continues accumulating interest at statutory rates, Thorne continued. Current daily accrual is approximately 470 credits, which compounds to approximately 171,000 credits per year. By the time your counterclaim reaches judicial review, the outstanding balance will be approximately 258,000 credits, plus legal fees. Morrison's response took 6 minutes to compose, which was long enough to suggest consultation with multiple supervisors and possibly a senior legal counsel who was now explaining to their director why a salvage operator had just filed a lien against orbital space itself. Your claim will be reviewed by the Federal Claims Review Board, Morrison said finally. Processing time is estimated at 90 to 120 days. I look forward to their findings, Thorne replied. Please note that per Federal Claims Code Section 7, liens under review continue accruing interest until resolved. I'll expect payment within 30 days of the board's decision, or collateral seizure authorization becomes active. You can't seize federal satellites. I can seize collateral assets equal to the outstanding lien balance if payment is not rendered within the specified terms, Thorne corrected. Federal Contractor Payment Act is very clear on this point. Unpaid invoices over 90 days old authorize asset seizure to satisfy the debt. Those satellites are strategic infrastructure. Those satellites are assets with documented replacement value operating within my claimed resource zone, Thorne replied. Their strategic classification doesn't exempt them from standard debt collection procedures. The transmission ended with the abruptness of someone who had just realized they were negotiating with a man who had filed a lien against a star and was using federal resource law as a weapon. Grease looked up from her console. They're going to fight this. Of course they are, Thorne said. Which means the lien stays active, continues accumulating interest, and establishes legal precedent that we're operating a sovereign resource claim on solar gravitational services rather than a simple salvage operation. Sovereign resource claim on the sun. On commercial utilization of solar gravitational resources within a defined operational zone, Thorne corrected. If we're charging for space-time leasing within Sol's gravitational field, we're not just occupying the corpus. We're administering a naturally occurring resource with documented economic value. Thorne pulled up the sovereignty filing templates he'd been drafting for the past 3 weeks. Which means we can file for provisional territorial status under the Interstellar Commerce Treaty. You're trying to declare the Corpus an independent nation. I'm trying to establish that we administer naturally occurring resources that generate measurable economic activity, Thorne corrected. National sovereignty is simply a consequence of resource administration at sufficient scale. What's sufficient scale? 171,000 credits per year in documented resource compensation claims, plus agricultural exports totaling 4.2 million credits annually, plus salvage operations generating approximately 600,000 credits in materials acquisition. Thorne pulled up the economic activity spreadsheet. Total documented economic output, 5 million credits annually from a permanently occupied facility administering multiple resource streams. That's the economic threshold for provisional sovereignty. Under the Interstellar Commerce Treaty, yes. Thorne made a notation. We'll file in approximately 6 weeks, once the lien establishes precedent that we're operating resource claims rather than temporary salvage activities. The Corpus groaned under the weight of legal documents that were transforming it from a wreck into a territory. Its claim on solar gravitational resources suddenly worth 171,000 credits per year to anyone who wanted to argue about stellar mechanics. Below them, Earth rotated with 47,000 tons of satellite infrastructure that was now technically operating within a claimed solar resource zone and accruing usage fees at statutory rates. Above them, the Federal Claims Review Board was probably scheduling emergency meetings to determine whether you could legally file a lien against a star. And somewhere in the small print of federal space occupancy law, someone had written regulations about naturally occurring resources without considering that a sufficiently motivated salvage operator might classify the sun's gravity as a billable service. Thorne filed the lien documentation, set up automated billing for the daily accrual, and started drafting the sovereignty petition. The universe didn't care about jurisdictional claims, but the courts did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 11, Kinetic Diplomacy. The repo fleet arrived at 0600 hours ship time in a formation that suggested either extensive tactical planning or profound overconfidence in the value of showing up with 12 ships to collect one moon-sized debt. Thorne watched them decelerate into parking orbit from the bridge observation port, counting hulls and identifying ship classes with the clinical detachment of someone cataloging assets that were about to become complications. 4 heavy cruisers, 6 frigates, 2 dedicated boarding craft, all displaying Federal Asset Recovery Service transponder codes, which meant they were technically civilian contractors hired to seize property rather than military vessels authorized to use force. The distinction mattered for liability purposes. "Boss," Grease said from the engineering console, "we've got 12 contacts in standard repo formation. They're broadcasting seizure authorization codes and demanding we prepare for lawful transfer of the Corpus to federal custody." "Response time?" Thorne asked. "Approximately 40 minutes at current approach velocity before they're in boarding range." "Good." Thorne pulled up the violet steam venting controls on his tablet. "That gives us time to prepare a diplomatic response." "You want to vent steam at them?" "I want to communicate our position regarding the seizure attempt using available resources," Thorne corrected. "The fact that those resources happen to include 600 cubic meters of ionized particles per minute is simply a consequence of our current operational configuration." The violet steam had been venting continuously for the past 96 days, creating a permanent sensor denial cloud that measured approximately 4 kilometers in diameter and expanded at a rate proportional to the reactor's thermal output. The venting was controlled by manual pressure relief valves that Grease had rigged with precision actuators, which meant they could modulate the steam flow with accuracy down to cubic meter resolution, which meant they could draw patterns. "You want to write a message in steam," Grease said, pulling up the venting control interface. "I want to create a visual communication that the repo fleet's optical sensors can detect and process," Thorne replied. "QR code format, 256 by 256 matrix. Black squares are vented steam, white squares are empty space. QR codes require precise spatial positioning. We're venting into vacuum. The steam disperses. The steam disperses at predictable rates based on initial velocity and particle density." Thorne pulled up the dispersion modeling software. "If we pulse the venting in time sequences, the high-density regions will create visible contrast against the low-density background for approximately 6 minutes before thermal diffusion equalizes the particle distribution. 6 minutes to display a QR code. 6 minutes for the repo fleet to scan it, process it, and realize what we're showing them." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "That's adequate for diplomatic purposes." The QR code encoding took 12 minutes, during which Thorne compiled approximately 47 gigabytes of data into a compressed archive that included federal budget allocation documents, internal audit reports, and communications logs that someone in the Federal Procurement Office had classified as eyes only approximately 6 months ago. The documents showed cost overruns on the Corpus salvage sale that exceeded initial estimates by 430%. Administrative fees that appeared to have been distributed to shell companies owned by the same officials authorizing the expenditures, and procurement decisions that violated approximately 17 different conflict of interest statutes. It was evidence of systematic budget fraud at scales that would end careers and trigger criminal investigations. Thorne had acquired it 3 weeks ago through channels he declined to document. "Where did you get this?" Grease asked, reviewing the file headers. "Anonymous source," Thorne replied. "Probably someone in federal accounting who got tired of watching procurement officials embezzle the budget. This is classified material. This is evidence of criminal activity that I'm obligated to report to relevant authorities," Thorne corrected. "The fact that I'm choosing to report it via QR code displayed in ionized particles is simply a communication method selection. You're blackmailing the repo fleet." "I'm providing them with information regarding irregularities in the procurement authorization that sent them here," Thorne said. "Whether that information affects their willingness to proceed with the seizure attempt is a decision they'll make independently." The QR code pattern was programmed into the venting control system as a sequence of 256 valve positions, each one corresponding to a row in the matrix. Black squares: vent steam at maximum flow for 0.5 seconds. White squares: close valve, allow dispersion for 0.5 seconds. Total pattern generation time: 256 seconds. Display stability window: approximately 6 minutes before thermal diffusion destroyed the contrast. "Ready to vent," Grease reported at hour 0.35. "Pattern is loaded. Reactor thermal output is stable. We can maintain the QR code for 6.2 minutes with current particle density." "Proceed," Thorne said. "I want the pattern fully formed before they're in boarding range." The venting sequence began at 0635 hours, with the first row of the QR code matrix releasing violet steam in a pattern that looked random to anyone who wasn't expecting a 2-dimensional barcode. Row 2 followed 0.5 seconds later. Row 3. The pattern built vertically, each row adding another line of high-density particles against the low-density background, creating contrast that showed up on optical sensors as darker regions against lighter fog. By row 64, the pattern was recognizable as structured data rather than random venting. By row 128, the QR code's positioning markers were visible as distinct squares in the corners of the matrix. By row 256, the complete pattern hung in space like a barcode made of ionized particles, measuring approximately 300 meters per side and glowing with the same violet-purple color as the reactor core. "Pattern complete," Grease reported. "Display stability is nominal. Contrast ratio is sufficient for standard QR scanner detection at ranges up to 5 kilometers. "Good." Thorne opened a transmission channel to the repo fleet. "Attention Federal Asset Recovery Vessels. You are approaching a salvage operation currently under legal dispute. Before proceeding with seizure actions, please review the attached documentation regarding procurement authorization irregularities." "What documentation?" the lead repo ship replied, their voice carrying the professional irritation of contractors who were paid to seize assets, not read paperwork. "Visual display currently positioned 3 kilometers off our port bow," Thorne said. "QR code format, scannable with standard optical equipment, contains relevant information regarding the authorization codes you're operating under." The repo fleet's optical sensors locked onto the violet steam pattern within 40 seconds. The QR code scanner protocols activated within 60 seconds. The data transfer completed within 90 seconds. The silence that followed lasted approximately 4 minutes, which was long enough for 12 ship captains to review 47 gigabytes of budget fraud documentation and calculate the liability implications of proceeding with a seizure operation that appeared to have been authorized by officials who were currently embezzling federal funds. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne," the lead repo captain said finally, their voice carrying the kind of careful neutrality that suggested legal consultation was happening on multiple channels simultaneously. "We're reviewing the documentation you've provided. Can you confirm the authenticity of these files?" "The files are time-stamped, digitally signed by federal accounting systems, and contain audit trail data that matches official procurement records," Thorne replied. Authenticity verification can be conducted through standard federal database queries, though I suspect such queries will trigger internal security alerts that certain procurement officials would prefer to avoid. These documents show systematic budget fraud. These documents show irregularities in procurement authorization that may constitute criminal violations of federal financial regulations, Thorne corrected. I'm not qualified to make legal determinations regarding criminal liability. I'm simply providing information that appears relevant to your current authorization codes. You're threatening to expose this if we proceed with the seizure. I'm informing you that this information exists and will be transmitted to relevant oversight authorities regardless of your seizure attempts, Thorne said. The timing of that transmission is flexible. I can file it immediately, or I can delay filing pending resolution of certain other legal matters currently under review. Other legal matters: my sovereign lien against Sol, my agricultural export contracts, my salvage operation licenses, and approximately 47 other regulatory filings that are currently preventing federal seizure of this vessel. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. If those matters are resolved in my favor, the budget fraud documentation remains sealed. If federal seizure attempts continue, the documentation gets transmitted to the Inspector General's office, the Federal Auditing Commission, and approximately 17 news organizations within the hour. The repo fleet maintained position at minimum safe distance, while their legal departments probably calculated the cost of proceeding versus the cost of retreating versus the cost of being associated with a procurement scandal that could trigger congressional investigations. This is blackmail, the repo captain said. This is disclosure of material irregularities in the authorization chain, Thorne corrected. Federal whistleblower protection statutes require reporting of suspected criminal activity. I'm offering you the opportunity to avoid being implicated in that activity by withdrawing from a seizure operation that was authorized through fraudulent procurement processes. We have valid authorization codes. You have authorization codes issued by officials who appear to be embezzling federal funds through shell companies and fraudulent cost overruns, Thorne replied. Whether those codes remain valid after criminal investigation is a legal question I can't answer. What I can tell you is that proceeding with this seizure makes you participants in a procurement scandal, while withdrawing makes you prudent contractors who recognized irregularities and declined to proceed. You're giving us an out. I'm providing information and allowing you to make informed business decisions, Thorne said. Whether you choose to proceed or withdraw is entirely your discretion. The QR code hung in space for another 3 minutes before thermal diffusion began eroding the contrast, the high-density steam region spreading into the low-density background until the pattern became unreadable. By minute 7, the barcode was gone, replaced by the normal violet steam cloud that had been concealing the Corpus for the past 96 days. The repo fleet held position for another 12 minutes, their transponders probably carrying increasingly frantic communications with their legal departments and the federal officials who had authorized the seizure. Then they burned retrograde, their engine signatures indicating withdrawal to geosynchronous holding position. They're retreating, Grease said, watching the tactical display. They're declining to proceed pending legal review of authorization validity, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. Will they come back? Eventually. After the procurement scandal investigation concludes, the responsible officials are prosecuted, and new authorization codes are issued by people who aren't currently embezzling the budget. Thorne checked his tablet, calculating timelines. Approximately 18 to 24 months, assuming standard federal investigation procedures. And if they don't investigate, then the documentation gets transmitted to the Inspector General's office and 17 news organizations. The investigation happens anyway, and the repo fleet remains withdrawn pending resolution. Thorne closed his tablet. Either way, we've bought time. The violet steam continued venting, creating the permanent sensor denial cloud that had protected them for 96 days, and would continue protecting them for as long as the reactor stayed above critical temperature. Below them, Earth rotated with federal officials who were probably receiving notifications that their budget fraud had been encoded in ionized particles and displayed to a repo fleet. Above them, the repo fleet maintained position at geosynchronous altitude, their sensors probably still processing the fact that they'd been shown evidence of criminal activity via QR code made of steam. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was calculating the cost of prosecuting budget fraud versus the cost of ignoring it and hoping Thorne never transmitted the documentation. The calculation was going to come out wrong. Thorne had already scheduled the transmission for 72 hours from now, delayed pending any attempts to interfere with his ongoing legal filings. If the federal officials left him alone, the documentation stayed sealed. If they tried anything, 17 news organizations would receive 47 gigabytes of evidence simultaneously. It was diplomacy through mutually assured disclosure. The universe didn't care about blackmail. But the auditors did. And that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 12. The Void Lock. The gravity anchor system had been designed to stabilize the Corpus during high-velocity maneuvers by creating localized gravitational fields that could grip nearby objects and use them as reference points for inertial dampening, which was elegant physics that assumed the nearby objects were asteroids or debris rather than federal warships. Grease stood in the gravity control room, a compartment that measured 12 meters across and contained enough field generation equipment to simulate Jupiter's gravitational pull in a space the size of a cargo container, staring at the targeting interface with the expression of someone who had just been asked to weaponize Newton's laws. "Boss," she said into the comm, "you want me to use the gravity anchors to capture a ship. I want you to use the gravity anchors to establish a parking enforcement zone." Thorne's voice came back, flat and clinical. "If federal vessels choose to enter that zone without proper authorization, they'll be subject to standard impound procedures." Impound procedures. Municipal parking regulations, adapted for orbital operations. Thorne made a notation that was probably audible through the comm. The Corpus is classified as sovereign salvage territory. Any vessel operating within our jurisdictional boundary without authorization constitutes illegal parking subject to towing and storage fees. We don't have towing capability. We have gravity anchors rated to manipulate objects up to 40,000 tons at ranges exceeding 500 meters. Thorne corrected. That's functionally equivalent to towing capacity for any ship smaller than a heavy cruiser. And the storage fees? 4,000 credits per day for vessels over 1,000 tons, plus administrative processing fees and mandatory safety inspections. Thorne's voice carried the certainty of someone who had already drafted the invoice. Standard municipal impound rates applied to orbital parking violations. The federal flagship arrived at hour 14 in a formation that suggested either tactical stupidity or desperation masked as confidence. One heavy cruiser, designated FSS Valiant, displacement approximately 12,000 tons, commanding a squadron of 6 frigates in standard escort pattern. They were approaching at 0.2 meters per second squared, which was slow enough to suggest peaceful intent, but fast enough to reach boarding range within 40 minutes. "Boss," Grease said, watching the tactical display, "the Valiant is broadcasting diplomatic protocols. They're requesting permission to approach for negotiation purposes." "Response?" Thorne asked. "Standard diplomatic language. They want to discuss mutual resolution of ongoing jurisdictional disputes and establishment of framework for future cooperation. Which means they want to negotiate my surrender without calling it surrender." Thorne pulled up the parking enforcement zone parameters on his tablet. "Deny the approach. Inform them they're entering a restricted parking area and must maintain position outside the 500-meter boundary or be subject to impound procedures. They're going to ignore that. I'm counting on it." Thorne made another notation. "Activate gravity anchors when they cross the 400-meter threshold. I want full capture protocols ready before they realize what's happening." The gravity anchor targeting system required 3-dimensional spatial positioning accurate to centimeter resolution, which was technically impressive and practically terrifying when the target was a 12,000-ton warship traveling at increasing velocity. Grease configured the anchor points as a 6-position array surrounding the Valiant's projected trajectory, each anchor generating a localized gravitational field strong enough to create tidal forces that would grip the hull plating and drag the ship toward the Corpus's internal hangar bays. "Anchor array configured," she reported. "Field strength set to 0.8 standard gravities per anchor. Total effective pull approximately 4.8 G distributed across the target hull. Engagement range is 400 meters. Full capture at 200 meters. "Capture destination?" Thorne asked. "Hangar Bay 12. It's large enough to accommodate a heavy cruiser with approximately 60 meters of clearance on all sides. Good. That gives us room to maneuver if they try to resist. Thorne pulled up the municipal parking code he'd been drafting for the past 6 weeks. Once they're inside the hangar, seal the atmospheric retention field and transmit the impound notice. They're going to fire on us. They're going to discover their weapons targeting systems don't function properly under 4.8 G acceleration toward an unexpected destination, Thorne corrected. By the time they compensate for the gravitational interference, they'll be parked. The Valiant crossed the 500-meter boundary at hour 14.3, their diplomatic transmission still requesting permission to approach for negotiations. Thorne transmitted the parking restriction warning. The Valiant acknowledged the warning and continued approaching, their velocity holding steady at 0.2 meters per second squared. They're ignoring the boundary, Grease reported. Noted. Continue monitoring. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. Let them cross 400 meters. I want documented evidence they violated clearly posted parking restrictions. At 400 meters, the gravity anchors activated. 6 localized gravitational fields appeared in space around the Valiant, each one creating a point source of attraction that pulled on the ship's hull plating with approximately 8,000 kilonewtons of force. The Valiant's inertial dampeners compensated automatically, their systems designed to handle gravitational variations during planetary approaches and orbital maneuvers. Then the anchor fields synchronized, creating a net force vector that pointed directly toward Hangar Bay 12. And the Valiant's trajectory began changing despite their thrusters firing in opposition. Contact, Grease said, watching the tactical display. The Valiant is experiencing unplanned acceleration toward Hangar Bay 12. Their thrust output is at maximum, but they're still being pulled off course. Capture time? Thorne asked. Approximately 6 minutes at current field strength. They'll be inside the hangar in 7 minutes, fully parked in 8. Good. Transmit the impound notice now. I want them to know this is a legal parking enforcement action before they're fully captured. The impound notice was transmitted at hour 14.4, approximately 90 seconds after the gravity anchors engaged. It was formatted as a standard municipal parking violation, adapted for orbital operations with appropriate legal citations and fee schedules. Attention FSS Valiant, the notice began, transmitted through standard emergency channels. You are currently in violation of Corpus Sovereign Territory Parking Regulations, Section 2, which prohibits unauthorized vessel operations within the designated 500-meter restricted zone. Your vessel is being impounded under emergency safety protocols. Please cease all propulsion immediately and prepare for mandatory safety inspection. This is FSS Valiant Actual, the flagship's captain responded, their voice carrying the strained quality of someone watching their ship get pulled into a moon-sized wreck despite maximum thrust opposition. We are a federal diplomatic vessel operating under valid approach authorization. Cease your gravitational interference immediately, or this will be considered an act of war. This is Salvage Supervisor Thorne, Thorne replied. You are operating a 12,000-ton vessel in a posted restricted parking zone without valid authorization. Your approach clearance expired when you crossed the 500-meter boundary marked by standard navigation beacons. You are now subject to impound procedures as outlined in Corpus Municipal Code Section 14. We're being pulled into your ship by force. You're being towed to a designated impound facility following violation of posted parking restrictions, Thorne corrected. Resistance to lawful impound procedures constitutes a separate violation subject to additional fees and potential criminal charges. The Valiant's captain apparently decided that arguing parking law while being dragged into a hangar bay by gravitational tractor beams was a losing proposition because their next transmission was significantly more pragmatic. What are your impound terms? They asked. Standard municipal rates, Thorne replied. 4,000 credits per day for vessels over 1,000 tons, plus 600 credits administrative processing fee, plus mandatory safety inspection at 800 credits. Total initial impound cost, 5,400 credits, increasing by 4,000 credits per day until the vessel is claimed and all fees are paid. You're charging us parking fees. I'm charging you impound fees for illegal parking in a restricted orbital zone, Thorne corrected. The fee structure is clearly posted in Corpus Municipal Code Section 14. which was filed with the Federal Navigation Authority 6 weeks ago and is available for public review. We're a federal flagship. You can't impound military vessels. I can impound any vessel operating in violation of posted parking restrictions within my jurisdictional territory, Thorne replied. Your military classification doesn't exempt you from municipal parking regulations. If you'd like to dispute the impound, you're welcome to file an appeal with the Corpus Administrative Court, which convenes on the first Monday of each month. That's 12 days from now. Correct. During which time your vessel will accumulate standard daily impound fees. Thorne made a notation. Current projected fee total if you wait for the court date, 48,000 credits, plus the 5,400 initial impound cost. The Valiant entered Hangar Bay 12 at hour 14.9, their hull settling against the deck plating with a magnetic clank that suggested the gravity anchors had achieved full capture and released the ship into the hangar's internal retention systems. Grease sealed the atmospheric retention field, pressurizing the hangar and activating emergency lighting that cast the Valiant in the same orange-purple glow that illuminated the rest of the Corpus's interior. Vessel secured, she reported. Hangar is pressurized at 98% Earth standard atmosphere. The Valiant is effectively parked and surrounded by approximately 60 meters of clearance on all sides. They can't maneuver without damaging their hull on the hangar walls. Perfect. Thorne pulled up the safety inspection checklist on his tablet. Transmit the impound confirmation and inspection schedule. I want their captain to know exactly how long this is going to take. The impound confirmation was transmitted at hour 15, formatted as an official municipal document with approximately 40 pages of terms, conditions, and regulatory requirements. Key provisions included impound duration, minimum 72 hours pending completion of mandatory safety inspection, safety inspection scope, hull integrity, propulsion systems, weapons safety protocols, atmospheric containment, and compliance with Corpus environmental regulations. Inspection cost, 800 credits, non-refundable, regardless of inspection results. Daily storage fees, 4,000 credits per day, accruing from time of impound until release. Release requirements, payment of all fees, completion of safety inspection, and certification that all violations have been corrected. Appeals process, available through Corpus Administrative Court first Monday of each month. This is extortion, the Valiant's captain transmitted. This is standard municipal impound procedure, Thorne corrected. If you believe the impound is unjust, you're welcome to file an appeal. Until then, your vessel remains in our custody subject to the fee schedule and inspection requirements outlined in the impound notice. How long is the safety inspection? Approximately 72 hours for a vessel of this size and complexity, Thorne replied. We need to verify hull integrity, check for environmental hazards, confirm weapons safety protocols are properly configured, and ensure your vessel meets Corpus atmospheric emission standards. We're a military ship. We don't emit atmospheric pollutants. Your reactor vents waste heat that affects local atmospheric temperature readings, Thorne said. That constitutes environmental impact subject to regulation under Corpus Environmental Code Section 7. The inspection will determine whether your emissions are within acceptable limits. And if we refuse the inspection, then the impound period extends indefinitely pending compliance with safety requirements, and the daily storage fees continue accumulating until you either submit to inspection or file a successful appeal. Thorne made another notation. I should also mention that vessels impounded for more than 30 days become subject to lien procedures that authorize sale to satisfy outstanding fees. The silence that followed had the quality of a military commander, realizing they'd just been captured by parking enforcement and were now being threatened with having their flagship auctioned to pay impound fees. We'll pay the fees, the captain said finally. Under protest, this is a clear violation of diplomatic immunity and federal jurisdiction. Your protest is noted and will be included in the administrative record, Thorne replied. Payment terms are net 7 with 8.5% annual interest on overdue balances. We accept federal credit transfers or negotiable instruments backed by recognized financial institutions. How do we get our ship back? Complete the safety inspection, pay all accumulated fees, and receive certification from Corpus Safety Authority that your vessel meets operational standards. Thorne pulled up the timeline calculations. Estimated total time, 96 hours minimum. Estimated total cost, 21,400 credits assuming inspection reveals no safety violations requiring corrective action. And if there are violations, then corrective action is required before release at your expense, with daily storage fees continuing to accumulate during the repair period. Thorne closed his tablet. I recommend cooperating with the inspection team. It will minimize your total costs and expedite your release. The Valiant sat in Hangar Bay 12 under orange-purple emergency lighting, its 12,000 tons of military hardware technically impounded for illegal parking, its crew probably filing incident reports that would end multiple careers and trigger congressional hearings about how a federal flagship had been captured using gravity and municipal code. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was calculating the political cost of admitting a flagship had been impounded versus the financial cost of paying parking fees versus the strategic cost of letting Thorne establish precedent that federal vessels could be towed for parking violations. All three calculations were going to come out wrong. Thorne had already drafted the press release explaining how the Corpus had successfully enforced sovereign parking regulations against unauthorized federal incursion, complete with photos of the impounded flagship and an itemized fee schedule. If the Federation paid the fees, they validated his jurisdictional claim. If they refused payment, he'd file the lien and threaten to auction their flagship. If they tried to extract the ship by force, he'd classify it as attempted theft of impounded property and file criminal charges. It was a triple bind disguised as parking enforcement. The universe didn't care about municipal code, but the Admiralty courts did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 13. The Salvage Fee. The salvage compensation calculation began at 800 hours ship time, which was early enough to suggest Thorne had been awake for hours running preliminary numbers, and late enough to suggest he'd spent those hours making sure the math would end careers. He sat in the bridge command chair with 3 tablets arranged in front of him, each one displaying different aspects of federal salvage law, economic data from the past fiscal year, and precedent cases involving compensation for catastrophic loss prevention. Greece, he said into the comm, I need you to pull the Federation's current annual GDP figure. Annual GDP? Greece's voice came back. Boss, salvage fees are usually calculated based on vessel value or replacement costs. Standard salvage fees are calculated that way, Thorne corrected. Catastrophic loss prevention fees are calculated based on the economic impact prevented. What's the Federation's GDP? Approximately 47 trillion credits for the current fiscal year. Greece pulled up the economic data. That's total economic output for all Federation territories, stations, and commercial operations. Good. Now calculate what percentage of that GDP depends on orbital infrastructure. Federal salvage law was clear on the compensation structure for catastrophic loss prevention. When salvage operations prevented economic disasters that would have destroyed GDP-generating capacity, compensation could be calculated as a percentage of the prevented economic loss rather than vessel replacement value. Standard salvage operations involving recovery of disabled vessels warranted 10 to 15% of vessel value. High-risk salvage preventing environmental disasters could command compensation based on cleanup costs avoided. Salvage operations preventing catastrophic infrastructure collapse that would have destroyed entire economic zones had been awarded compensation calculated as percentages of the GDP that would have been lost. The precedent was clear. If you prevented economic catastrophe, you could bill for the economic value preserved. Thorne was planning to bill for 150% of the Federation's annual GDP. Boss, Greece said, reviewing the calculation parameters he'd transmitted, 150% of GDP isn't vessel salvage compensation. That's economic warfare. That's catastrophic loss prevention. Compensation calculated using federal precedent for operations that preserved GDP-generating capacity, Thorne replied. Our salvage operation prevented the Corpus from deorbiting and fragmenting, which would have created a Kessler syndrome debris field that would have destroyed the Federation's entire orbital infrastructure, which would have destroyed their space-based economy, which would have eliminated approximately 60% of their GDP for the 15-year reconstruction period, Thorne corrected. Calculate the economic value of preventing that loss. The calculation took Greece 40 minutes. during which she modeled the economic cascade effects of losing all orbital infrastructure for the 15-year reconstruction period. The Federation's GDP was 47 trillion credits annually, representing total economic output across all territories, stations, and commercial operations. Approximately 60% of that GDP depended on orbital infrastructure, GPS navigation for logistics, communication satellites for commerce, weather monitoring for agriculture, orbital manufacturing for advanced materials, space-based energy collection, and the entire cislunar transport economy. Loss of orbital infrastructure would eliminate 28.2 trillion credits of annual economic output. Over 15 years of reconstruction, 423 trillion credits in lost GDP. Add the reconstruction costs, Thorne said. How much would it cost to rebuild the entire orbital infrastructure from scratch? Approximately 2 trillion credits for satellite replacement, station reconstruction, and traffic control systems, Greece replied. Plus opportunity costs from delayed deployment during the construction period. Total economic impact? 425 trillion credits. Greece stared at her tablet. That's 9 times the Federation's annual GDP. That's an economic catastrophe that would collapse the Federation as a functioning government. Correct, which is what our salvage operation prevented. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. Under Federal Salvage Law Section 8, Subsection 14, compensation for catastrophic loss prevention is calculated as a percentage of the economic value preserved. Standard rate is 10 to 50% depending on operation difficulty. We're not claiming 50% of 425 trillion credits. We're claiming 150% of annual GDP, Thorne corrected. 47 trillion times 1.5 equals 70.5 trillion credits. That's the compensation rate for preventing economic catastrophe measured in multiples of annual output. The salvage compensation invoice was filed with the Federal Claims Office at 1200 hours ship time, transmitted through standard legal channels with approximately 800 pages of supporting documentation that included orbital mechanics calculations, economic impact assessments, GDP dependency analyses, and 43 separate precedent citations for catastrophic loss prevention compensation. The filing identified the claimant as Salvage Supervisor Elias Thorne, Acting Administrator of Corpus 779 Sovereign Salvage Territory, the debtor as the United Earth Federation, and the claimed service as Emergency Salvage Operations Preventing Kessler Syndrome Debris Cascade and Associated GDP Catastrophic Loss Event. Economic Catastrophe Prevented, 425 trillion credits, GDP loss plus reconstruction costs over 15-year period. Compensation basis, Federation annual GDP of 47 trillion credits. Compensation rate, 150% of annual GDP per federal salvage law precedent for operations preventing economic collapse. Total compensation due, 70.5 trillion credits. Payment terms, net 90 with standard 8.5% annual interest on overdue balances. The Federal Claims Office response arrived within 2 hours, which was fast enough to suggest someone had been specifically tasked with monitoring for new filings from Thorne and was now experiencing what could clinically be described as fiscal shock. Salvage Supervisor Thorne, the message began, transmitted by Federal Claims Administrator Morrison with encryption, suggesting multiple departments had been consulted before transmission was authorized. Your salvage compensation claim has been received. However, the claimed amount appears to be based on a fundamental misapplication of catastrophic loss prevention precedents. Good afternoon, Administrator Morrison, Thorne replied. The claim is based on documented GDP impact prevented by our salvage operations, calculated using federal economic data and standard catastrophic loss compensation methodology. All supporting documentation is included in Appendices A through R of the filing. You're claiming 70 trillion credits. That's 150% of the Federation's annual GDP. Correct. That's the standard catastrophic loss prevention rate for operations that preserve economic output measured in GDP multiples, Thorne replied. Our salvage operation prevented a Kessler Syndrome debris cascade that would have eliminated 60% of Federation GDP for 15 years. The prevented loss totals 425 trillion credits. Our compensation claim at 150% of annual GDP reflects the scale of catastrophe prevented. The Federation's annual GDP is 47 trillion credits. Your claim exceeds 1 full year of total economic output. Correct, which reflects the fact that we prevented a catastrophe that would have eliminated 9 years' worth of GDP, Thorne said. Federal salvage law specifically authorizes compensation calculated as multiples of annual economic output when salvage operations prevent GDP collapse. The courts established this precedent in the Titan station disaster, where compensation was awarded at 80% of annual station GDP for preventing total economic failure. Titan station had a GDP of 12 billion credits. You're applying the same precedent to 47 trillion. The precedent applies regardless of scale, Thorne replied. Catastrophic loss prevention compensation is calculated as a percentage of GDP at risk. The fact that Federation GDP is larger than Titan station GDP doesn't change the legal framework. This claim is economically catastrophic. This claim is the documented value of services rendered under federal salvage law, Thorne replied. Whether payment is economically catastrophic for the debtor is not a factor in calculating compensation due. The law requires payment based on economic value preserved, not debtor's ability to pay. The silence that followed had the quality of a financial system realizing it had been presented with an invoice equal to 150% of annual economic output. What's your actual objective here? Morrison asked finally. You know the Federation can't pay 150% of GDP. My objective is documenting the full economic value of the salvage operation I've been conducting for the past 120 days, Thorne replied. Federal salvage law requires filing of compensation claims within 180 days of salvage completion. I'm preserving my legal right to compensation by filing accurate value assessments based on GDP impact prevented. This is 1.5 years of total economic output. This is 150% of annual GDP, which is the standard rate for catastrophic loss prevention under established precedent, Thorne corrected. The fact that the Federation operates at GDP scales larger than previous precedent cases doesn't invalidate the legal framework. If the Federation disputes the methodology, they're welcome to file counter-assessments demonstrating reduced GDP dependency on orbital infrastructure or lower economic impact from the prevented cascade. And when we can't pay? Then the claim enters judgment and becomes a sovereign debt obligation of the United Earth Federation to the Corpus salvage territory, Thorne said. Subject to standard international debt protocols, including potential asset seizures, trade restrictions, and diplomatic consequences for non-payment of legally adjudicated obligations. You're trying to create an unpayable debt. I'm documenting the economic value of preventing GDP collapse, Thorne corrected. The fact that documentation creates a debt exceeding annual economic output is simply accurate accounting. Grease looked up from her console. Boss, Morrison's transmission just cut off. I think they're consulting with Treasury. Definitely Treasury, Thorne said. They're calculating whether it's cheaper to pay 70 trillion credits, fight it in court, or declare us a hostile foreign power and authorize military action. All three options cost more than 1 year of GDP. All three options cost more than acknowledging we've established de facto sovereignty through economic leverage, Thorne replied. Which is the point. You're not actually expecting them to pay 70.5 trillion credits. I'm expecting them to recognize that attempting to seize the corpus creates legal obligations equal to 150% of their GDP, which makes seizure economically non-viable, Thorne said. Once the claim enters judgment, we have documented sovereign debt that establishes us as a creditor nation with legal standing to negotiate terms. Terms like formal recognition of corpus sovereignty, permanent occupation rights, trade agreements, and dismissal of all outstanding seizure attempts in exchange for restructuring the debt to manageable levels. Thorne made a notation. We'll settle for approximately 5% of the claim value paid over 50 years, which gives us 3.5 trillion credits in confirmed revenue and eliminates the Federation's legal justification for interfering with our operations. You're negotiating our independence using a GDP scale invoice. I'm establishing economic leverage that makes military seizure more expensive than diplomatic recognition, Thorne corrected. There's a difference. The Corpus groaned under the weight of legal documents that had just transformed it from a salvage operation into a creditor nation, its outstanding claim against the Federation equal to 150% of annual economic output. Below them, Earth rotated with federal officials who were probably calculating the political cost of admitting a moon-sized wreck had created a debt equal to 1.5 years of GDP using salvage law and catastrophic loss prevention precedents. Above them, the orbital infrastructure that the claim was based on continued operating, blissfully unaware that its documented GDP dependency had just become leverage in sovereignty negotiations. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an economist was running models showing what happened when you tried to pay a debt equal to 150% of annual GDP, and coming to the conclusion that you couldn't, which meant you had to negotiate, which meant you had to recognize the creditor's legitimacy, which meant Thorne had just won. The universe didn't care about GDP-scale debts, but the bond markets did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 14. The Protection Racket. The first piracy incident occurred at 0340 hours ship time in Sector 7 of the Earth-Luna Commercial Corridor, which was technically Federation-patrolled space but practically an enforcement vacuum where the nearest Federal patrol vessel was approximately 4 hours away at maximum burn. Thorne watched the incident unfold on the tactical display from the bridge, tracking the pirate vessel, a modified cargo hauler with improvised weapons mounts, as it intercepted a commercial freighter hauling agricultural exports from the Corpus to Ganymede Station. The freighter transmitted a distress signal on standard emergency channels. The Federation patrol acknowledged the signal and estimated response time at 3 hours 47 minutes. The pirates would have the freighter stripped in 90 minutes. "Boss," Grease said from the tactical console, "that's our grain shipment. Freighter designation is Prosperity Dawn, carrying 500 kilograms of blue wheat bound for Ganymede under our export contract." "Current value?" Thorne asked. 150,000 credits wholesale, 300,000 retail after Ganymede markup. Grease pulled up the contract terms. "We're liable for delivery under the terms of service. If the shipment doesn't arrive, we owe Ganymede Station a penalty equal to 50% of contract value. 150,000 credits penalty for a shipment the Federation can't protect." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "What's our firing solution on the pirate vessel?" "Range is 290,000 kilometers, well within Leviathan Cannon effective range. Compressed space projectile would reach target in approximately 0.3 seconds with detonation yield of 1.1 megatons. Excessive force for a cargo hauler. Cannon doesn't have a low power setting," Grease replied. "It's glass cannon or nothing. Then we use nothing." Thorne pulled up the communication interface. "Broadcast on pirate frequency. Let's see if they respond to economic incentives before we demonstrate military ones." The transmission was sent at 0342 hours, tight beam encrypted to the pirate vessel's communication array. "Attention, unidentified vessel currently engaged in interference with commercial traffic," Thorne's message began, delivered with the flat tone of someone reading a parking citation. "You are currently targeting a cargo shipment operating under Corpus Salvage Territory Export Authorization. Continued interference constitutes theft of Corpus commercial property subject to defensive countermeasures." The pirate response came back within 30 seconds, their voice carrying the kind of bravado that suggested either ignorance or stupidity. "This is the Free Traders Association. We're operating under our own authority in unclaimed space. Your cargo is forfeit under salvage rights." "Incorrect," Thorne replied. "This cargo is operating under documented export authorization with confirmed delivery terms. You are not engaging in salvage. You are committing piracy against contracted commercial operations. We've got weapons. You've got words. The math is simple." "The math is simpler than you think." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "You are currently 290,000 kilometers from a weapons platform capable of delivering 1.1 megaton yield with 0.3 second flight time. Your vessel's armor is rated for micrometeorite impacts and small arms fire. You will not survive the countermeasure. You won't fire. The Federation monitors this sector." "The Federation is 3 hours 47 minutes away," Thorne corrected. "I can destroy your vessel, file the incident report, and have your debris cataloged before they arrive. Or you can disengage, File a formal complaint through proper channels and avoid becoming a navigation hazard. The pirate vessel held position for another 40 seconds, their sensors probably attempting to confirm whether the Corpus actually had firing solutions locked or was bluffing with empty threats. Then their engines burned retrograde, breaking intercept vector with the Prosperity Dawn. "They're disengaging," Grease reported. "Pirate vessel is burning away from the freighter at maximum thrust. They're retreating to the outer system." "Good." Thorne opened a communication channel to the Prosperity Dawn. "Freighter Prosperity Dawn, this is Corpus Salvage Territory Security. Your cargo is secure. Recommend you increase thrust to reduce transit time through this sector." "Corpus Security," the freighter captain responded, their voice carrying confusion mixed with relief. "We didn't request private security. We're operating under federal commercial authorization." "You transmitted a distress signal," Thorne replied. "We responded. Consider this a courtesy intervention for cargo operating under our export contracts. No fee assessed for this incident." "No fee?" This time, Thorne made another notation. "Future transit through high-risk sectors may require advanced security arrangements. We'll be filing fee schedules with the Interstellar Commerce Commission within the week." The incident report was filed at 04:30 hours, transmitted to Federal Space Patrol, the Interstellar Commerce Commission, and approximately 17 news organizations that covered commercial shipping in cislunar space. The report documented: incident type: piracy attempt against commercial cargo vessel. Response time: Corpus security intervention within 2 minutes of distress signal. Federal response time: 3 hours 47 minutes. Outcome: pirate vessel deterred through demonstration of superior force projection capability. Casualties: 0. Property damage: 0. Commercial disruption prevented. The report also included a footnote that Thorne had drafted with particular care. Corpus Salvage Territory has established defensive capabilities sufficient to provide rapid response security services in sectors where federal patrol coverage is insufficient. Interested commercial operators are invited to file for advanced security arrangements through standard contracting procedures. It was a threat and an advertisement delivered simultaneously. The first commercial inquiry arrived 6 hours later from a mining company operating in the asteroid belt, requesting security coverage for ore shipments traveling through the Earth-Luna corridor. The second inquiry came from Ganymede Station's Administrator Chen, asking about protection services for their regular food imports. By hour 12, Thorne had received 43 inquiries from commercial operators requesting information about security services, coverage areas, response times, and fee structures. "Boss," Grease said, reviewing the inquiry queue, "we just scared off one pirate vessel and now everyone wants to hire us as private security. We demonstrated capability the Federation can't match," Thorne replied. 2-minute response time versus 4-hour response time. 0 casualties versus potential total loss. The commercial operators can do the math. "What are we charging?" "Standard private security rates plus a premium for rapid response capability." Thorne pulled up the fee schedule he'd been drafting since the piracy incident. Base rate: 1,000 credits per transit for vessels under 1,000 tons. 2,000 credits for vessels over 1,000 tons. 5,000 credits for high-value cargo requiring dedicated escort. "That's expensive." "That's cheaper than losing the cargo to pirates," Thorne corrected. "A 500-ton freighter carrying 200,000 credits of cargo pays 1,000 credits for security coverage. That's 0.5% of cargo value for guaranteed protection. Federation insurance costs 3% and doesn't prevent the loss, just compensates after. We're undercutting federal insurance." "We're providing superior service at competitive rates," Thorne corrected. "The fact that it makes federal insurance economically non-competitive is simply market forces." The fee schedule was filed with the Interstellar Commerce Commission at hour 18, registered as Corpus Salvage Territory Defensive Services, with coverage area defined as all space within 300,000 kilometers of Corpus 779 position, extending along primary commercial corridors as operationally feasible. Services offered: rapid response intervention for piracy, collision hazards, and navigation emergencies, dedicated escort for high-value cargo shipments, route security consultations and threat assessments, emergency salvage and recovery operations. Response time guarantee, 5 minutes maximum from distress signal to defensive action within coverage area. The filing included documentation of the Leviathan Cannon's capabilities, sanitized to remove the glass cannon limitations and emphasize the megaton range deterrent value. It also included a disclaimer that Thorne had drafted with legal precision. Corpus Defensive Services operates under sovereign salvage territory authority and is not subject to federal military command structure. All operations conducted in accordance with interstellar commerce treaty provisions for private security contractors. The Federation's response arrived at hour 24 in the form of a formal objection filed by Federal Space Patrol Command, arguing that private military operations in federal space violated several dozen regulations regarding weapons deployment, use of force, and commercial security licensing. Thorne's counterfiling arrived at hour 26, citing the interstellar commerce treaty provisions that allowed sovereign territories to provide defensive services within their claimed operational zones, plus approximately 40 precedents involving private security contractors operating in under-patrolled space. The key argument: if the Federation couldn't provide adequate security coverage, commercial operators had the right to contract alternative protection services from qualified providers. The definition of qualified included possession of weapons capable of deterring threats, which the Corpus demonstrably possessed. By hour 48, the Federation had filed 3 additional objections. Thorne had filed 4 counter-objections, and 12 commercial operators had signed contracts for Corpus Defensive Services totaling approximately 47,000 credits in monthly recurring revenue. The second piracy incident occurred at hour 72, this time targeting a mining company's ore hauler carrying refined titanium worth approximately 800,000 credits. The hauler was operating under a Corpus security contract. Thorne authorized weapons release at hour 72.01. The Leviathan Cannon fired at hour 72.02. The compressed space projectile traveled 240,000 kilometers in 0.25 seconds and decompressed approximately 300 meters from the pirate vessel with a yield of 1.1 megatons. The blast wave was sufficient to disable the pirates' propulsion systems, breach their hull in 17 places, and scatter their debris across approximately 4,000 cubic kilometers of space, while leaving the ore hauler completely undamaged at a safe distance of 40,000 kilometers. Target neutralized, Greece reported. Pirate vessel is non-operational. Debris field is dispersing at predictable velocities. The hauler is undamaged and proceeding to destination. Casualties? Thorne asked. Unknown. The pirate vessel's life support appears to be offline. If there were survivors, they're not transmitting distress signals. File the incident report. Include the debris trajectory data and hazard notifications for the Navigation Authority. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. Also include invoicing for defensive action. Standard 5,000 credit fee for high-value cargo protection. We're billing them for destroying the pirate. We're billing them for services rendered under contract, Thorne corrected. The contract specifies defensive action against piracy threats. We provided that action. The fee is non-negotiable. The incident report was filed at hour 73 with documentation showing contract authorization, mining company security agreement, high-value cargo protection tier, threat assessment, pirate vessel armed with improvised weapons attempting cargo seizure. Response time, 60 seconds from initial threat detection to weapons release. Defensive action, Leviathan Cannon deployment, 1.1 megaton yield, 300-meter proximity detonation. Outcome: threat neutralized, client vessel undamaged, cargo secured. Fee assessed, 5,000 credits per contract terms. The report was transmitted to the mining company, the Federal Space Patrol, the Interstellar Commerce Commission, and the same 17 news organizations that had covered the first incident. Within 6 hours, Thorne had received 93 new inquiries about security services. Within 12 hours, the mining company had transmitted payment in full, plus a request to extend their security contract to cover all their ore shipments for the next fiscal year. Within 24 hours, Ganymede Station had signed a comprehensive protection agreement covering all their food imports at a rate of 60,000 credits per month. Boss, Greece said at hour 96, reviewing the contract queue, we've signed security agreements totaling 230,000 credits in monthly recurring revenue. That's 2.7 million credits annually just from protection fees. Correct, Thorne replied. Add that to the agricultural exports, salvage operations, and pending sovereignty negotiations. Total documented economic activity is approaching 8 million credits annually from a facility that was classified as worthless scrap 4 months ago. The Federation is going to classify us as a private military contractor. The Federation is going to recognize that we're providing security services they can't match in sectors they can't adequately patrol. Thorne corrected. Whether they classify that as private military or sovereign defense capability is a legal question that will take them approximately 18 months to resolve. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we continue signing contracts, protecting cargo, and demonstrating that the Corpus provides more value as an independent security platform than as seized federal property. Thorne pulled up the sovereignty petition that was now supported by 8 million credits in documented annual economic activity. By the time they finish the classification review, we'll have established enough commercial dependencies that seizure becomes economically catastrophic for their trading partners. We're building a protection racket. We're providing defensive services that create mutual benefit relationships with commercial operators who depend on reliable security. Thorne corrected. The fact that those relationships happen to generate political pressure against federal interference is simply market forces at work. The Corpus groaned under the added operational load of tracking 47 active security contracts across 6 different commercial corridors, its sensors monitoring for piracy threats, its Leviathan Cannon ready to deliver megaton-range deterrence with 5-minute response times. Below them, commercial vessels traveled routes that had been dangerous 4 months ago and were now the safest corridors in cislunar space because a moon-sized wreck had decided security services were more profitable than scrap metal. Above them, the Federation patrol vessels maintained their positions 4 hours away from most commercial activity, their response times inadequate and their political authority undermined by the simple fact that private contractors could protect cargo better than government forces. Somewhere in Federal Space Patrol Command, an admiral was calculating the cost of matching Corpus response times versus the cost of declaring the protection services illegal versus the cost of explaining to commercial operators why the government couldn't provide adequate security. All 3 calculations were going to come out wrong. Thorne had already drafted the expansion plan for extending security coverage to the Mars corridor, the asteroid belt mining operations, and the outer system trade routes where federal patrol presence was measured in weeks rather than hours. The universe didn't care about protection services, but the insurance underwriters did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 15. The Loom. The fabrication chamber occupied approximately 40 cubic kilometers in the Corpus's deep core sections, which made it roughly the size of a major metropolitan area, and about as easy to navigate if that metropolitan area had been designed by engineers who measured distance in 4 dimensions and considered matter a suggestion rather than a physical constraint. Grease stood at the entrance to chamber designation unknown 047. Staring at machinery that stretched away into darkness like an industrial cathedral where the deity was physics and the congregation was atoms waiting to be rearranged. "Boss," she said into the comm, "I found something." "Define something," Thorne's voice came back. "I don't know how to define it." Grease stepped into the chamber, her suit lights illuminating walls covered in what looked like control interfaces, crossed with particle accelerators, crossed with something that didn't have a terrestrial analog but which her brain interpreted as industrial-scale molecular assembly. The chamber was cold, approximately 4 Kelvin above absolute zero based on her suit's thermal sensors, and filled with equipment that hummed at frequencies suggesting either active operation or extremely patient waiting for instructions that would never come from an empire that had ceased to exist. "I'm transmitting visual," Grease said, linking her helmet camera to the ship's network. The feed showed rows of fabrication units extending into darkness, each one measuring approximately 12 meters tall and equipped with what appeared to be matter streams, energy conduits, and containment fields, rated for conditions that would atomize anything less durable than collapsed neutronium. Thorne arrived in the chamber 14 minutes later, carrying 3 tablets and his clipboard, which suggested he'd been running preliminary assessments before leaving the bridge. He walked past the first fabrication unit, examining the control interfaces with the expression of someone who had just found industrial equipment worth more than planets, and was calculating how to monetize it. "This is a matter fabricator," he said, after approximately 90 seconds of examination. "Industrial-scale atomic assembly. The hegemony used this to manufacture ship components, weapon systems, probably entire vessels if they had enough feedstock and power." "It's a printer," Grease said. "A printer that makes anything. A printer that rearranges atoms into any configuration specified by the control parameters," Thorne corrected. "The hegemony called it the loom. According to the chamber designation logs, this is where they fabricated everything from hull plating to reactor cores." "Can we activate it?" "The power distribution network is intact and the fabrication units show standby status." Thorne pulled up diagnostic data on his tablet. "We'd need to interface with the control systems, provide fabrication templates, and supply raw materials for the atomic rearrangement process." "What kind of raw materials?" "Anything." Thorne gestured at the matter stream conduits. "The loom breaks input materials down to constituent atoms and reassembles them according to template specifications. You can feed it scrap metal and output superconducting cable. You can feed it asteroid debris and output complex machinery." "You can feed it anything and output anything," Grease said, processing implications. "Within the constraints of available atomic elements and energy requirements," Thorne corrected. "But yes, functionally unlimited fabrication capacity if we can control it." The control interface was written in hegemony standard notation, which meant it combined assembly code with three-dimensional spatial parameters and required approximately 6 hours of translation before Grease could identify what looked like a basic activation sequence. "The interface is designed for hegemony operators with neural interfaces," she reported, examining the control panel. "They could think their fabrication templates directly into the system. We're going to need to jury-rig manual input." "What's the minimum viable interface?" Thorne asked. "Keyboard input for molecular formulas, spatial parameters for object geometry, and power allocation settings." Grease pulled up her engineering tablet. "I can bridge our tablet computers to the loom's control bus using the same protocols we used for the reactor interfaces. It won't be elegant, but it should allow basic template specification." "Time required?" "Approximately 12 hours for interface bridging. Then we can attempt a test fabrication." Grease made notes on her tablet. "We'll need feedstock material for the first run, something simple to confirm the system works." "Use scrap metal from the hull patches," Thorne said. "We have approximately 2,000 tons of oxidized steel and titanium alloy sitting in the salvage bay. If the loom can convert that into something useful, we have proof of concept." The interface bridge took 14 hours, during which Grease discovered that hegemony control protocols assumed operators who could process information in 4 dimensions simultaneously, and didn't require safety interlocks because their species apparently considered catastrophic industrial accidents an acceptable risk. She added safety protocols. Then she added more safety protocols. Then she added a third layer of safety protocols because the loom's default operating parameters included conditions that would ionize human tissue at ranges exceeding 200 meters. "Ready for test activation," she reported at hour 14. "I've configured the simplest possible fabrication. Convert 1 kilogram of scrap steel into 1 kilogram of pure iron. No complex molecular structures, no exotic materials, just atomic rearrangement to remove impurities." "Power requirements?" Thorne asked. "Approximately 0.01% of reactor output for 1 kilogram of material." Grease pulled up the power distribution interface. "The loom is incredibly efficient. It's using the reactor's dark matter field to manipulate atomic bonds directly, rather than brute forcing rearrangement through heat and pressure." "Proceed with test fabrication." Grease activated the sequence. The fabrication unit powered up with a sound like reality bending, the matter streams activating and creating visible distortions in space where atoms were being pulled apart and reassembled according to template specifications. The scrap steel entered the loom's input chamber. The atoms separated. The iron atoms sorted from impurities. The molecular bonds reformed in crystalline lattice patterns. 30 seconds later, 1 kilogram of pure iron emerged from the output chamber, its surface mirror smooth and its atomic structure so perfect that Grease's handheld scanner registered 0.003% impurity content. "It works," she said, examining the iron ingot. The loom just converted oxidized scrap into laboratory-grade pure iron using less power than we use to run the bridge lighting. Scale test, Thorne said. Configure fabrication for 100 kilograms of structural steel. Use the hull patch scrap as feedstock. The second test ran for approximately 6 minutes and produced 100 kilograms of structural steel alloy with properties that exceeded Federation military specifications by 18%. The third test fabricated superconducting cable. The fourth test produced complex machinery parts with tolerances measured in nanometers. By hour 18, they'd confirmed the loom could fabricate anything they could specify a molecular template for, using any available atomic elements in the feedstock. Boss, Grease said, running production capacity calculations. The loom can output approximately 10 tons of fabricated materials per hour at current power allocation. If we scale to full reactor output, that's approximately 240 tons per day. We could build an entire starship from scrap metal in 6 months. What about larger scale operations? Thorne asked. The chamber is 40 cubic kilometers. That's fabrication capacity for objects measured in hundreds of meters. Theoretically, yes. The loom can fabricate objects up to the size of the chamber itself if we have enough feedstock and power. Grease pulled up the spatial parameter specifications. The hegemony probably used this to manufacture their dreadnoughts. Build the hull in sections, assemble them in orbit, then fabricate the interior systems in place. What's the largest single fabrication the system can handle? Grease ran the calculations, pulling up the loom's technical specifications from the chamber databases. The numbers that came back were large enough that she double-checked them before responding. Theoretically, she said, if we fed it enough raw material and allocated full reactor output, the loom could fabricate objects measuring up to approximately 12 kilometers in diameter. That's moon-sized objects. That's planetary scale fabrication. Planetary scale, Thorne repeated, his voice carrying no inflection but his tablet already pulling up atmospheric composition data for Earth. Boss, you're looking at Earth's atmospheric specifications. I'm looking at molecular templates for nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and trace gases, Thorne corrected. The loom fabricates matter according to specifications. Atmosphere is just matter in gaseous form. You want to print air. I want to determine if the loom can fabricate atmospheric gases at scales sufficient for planetary terraforming operations. Thorne pulled up Mars' atmospheric data. Mars has 0.6% of Earth's atmospheric pressure. Its atmosphere is 95% carbon dioxide with trace nitrogen and argon. Earth's atmosphere is 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, approximately 15 quadrillion kilograms total mass. You want to print Earth's atmosphere. I want to determine the theoretical feasibility of using the loom to fabricate breathable atmospheres for planets that currently lack them, Thorne said. Calculate production timeline for fabricating 15 quadrillion kilograms of atmospheric gases using full loom capacity. Grease ran the numbers, watching her tablet process calculations that involved converting entire planetary systems worth of raw material into breathable air. The timeline that came back was measured in decades, but it wasn't measured in centuries or millennia. At full capacity, she reported, the loom could fabricate 15 quadrillion kilograms of atmospheric gas in approximately 47 years, assuming we have sufficient feedstock from asteroid mining operations. 47 years to print an Earth-equivalent atmosphere, Thorne said. What about Mars? Smaller planet, lower gravity, less atmospheric mass required. Mars would require approximately 9 quadrillion kilograms for Earth-equivalent surface pressure. Grease ran the calculation. Timeline, 28 years at full loom capacity. And if we built additional looms? The fabrication templates are in the database. We could use the first loom to manufacture additional fabrication units. Each additional loom cuts the timeline proportionally. Grease pulled up the scaling calculations. 10 looms could terraform Mars in 3 years. 100 looms could do it in approximately 4 months. We could print planets, Thorne said. And for the first time in 4 months, his voice carried something that might have been wonder if wonder could be measured in industrial production capacity and quantified in tons of fabricated atmosphere per day. The Corpus groaned under the weight of implications that had just transformed it from salvage operation into the only facility in human space capable of manufacturing entire planetary atmospheres from raw materials. Below them, Earth rotated with an atmosphere that had taken billions of years to evolve through biological processes and geological cycles. Above them, Mars hung in its orbit, a dead world with 0.6% atmospheric pressure and no breathable air. Somewhere in the Loom's databases were fabrication templates for every element in the periodic table, every molecular structure the hegemony had ever manufactured, and every atmospheric composition they'd ever analyzed. Somewhere in Federal Building 7, an analyst was probably still calculating vote tallies for the sovereignty recognition that Thorne had been expecting. But the vote didn't matter anymore. You didn't need diplomatic recognition when you could print planets. You didn't need sovereignty negotiations when you could terraform Mars. You didn't need economic leverage when you could fabricate Earth's entire atmosphere from asteroid debris and call it a weekend project. The Federation wanted the Corpus as scrap metal worth 47,000 credits. Thorne had just discovered it was worth the economic output of terraforming every dead world in the solar system. "Boss," Grease said, staring at the Loom's fabrication capacity calculations, "what do we do with this?" "We document it," Thorne replied, pulling up his clipboard. "We calculate production timelines. We file the technical specifications with the appropriate regulatory authorities, and we determine the market rate for planetary-scale atmospheric fabrication services. You're going to charge for terraforming." "I'm going to establish that the Corpus possesses fabrication capacity with applications in large-scale environmental engineering," Thorne corrected. "The fact that those applications include manufacturing breathable atmospheres for currently uninhabitable planets is simply accurate capability assessment. And then we wait for someone to ask how much it costs to print a new Earth." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "The answer is going to be expensive enough that they'll recognize our sovereignty just to keep us from selling terraforming services to whoever offers the highest bid." The Loom hummed in the darkness, its fabrication units ready to convert raw materials into anything specified by molecular template, its production capacity sufficient to manufacture moons or atmospheres or entire fleets of starships if someone could provide feedstock and power. The universe didn't care about reality printers, but the planetary development offices did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 16. The Moon Link. The Senate subcommittee hearing was scheduled for 1400 hours Geneva time, which was 600 hours ship time, which meant Thorne had been awake for approximately 3 hours reviewing testimony protocols and confirming the remote link would broadcast on channels the Federation couldn't easily terminate without triggering constitutional questions about congressional oversight. He sat in the bridge command chair with a tablet displaying the Senate chamber feed, watching senators arrange themselves in the standard committee configuration that suggested formal oversight while ensuring everything important had already been negotiated in closed-door sessions. "Salvage Supervisor Thorne," Senator Marshall began, speaking from the chairman position with the careful tone of someone conducting official inquiry into matters that would determine whether careers ended or continued. "Thank you for agreeing to testify remotely regarding Corpus 779 operational status and jurisdictional claims." "Good morning, Senator," Thorne replied through the remote link, his voice transmitted via secure channel that routed through approximately 6 different relay stations before reaching the Senate chamber. "I'm prepared to address questions regarding salvage operations, commercial activities, and territorial status. Our primary concern is the Corpus's defensive capabilities," Marshall continued. "Specifically, the weapon systems you've deployed and their potential threat to federal assets." "The Corpus maintains defensive systems appropriate for territorial security," Thorne replied. "The Leviathan Cannon, gravity manipulation systems, and autonomous materials acquisition operations. All documented and filed with appropriate regulatory authorities. And the Loom?" Marshall pulled up technical specifications on the committee's display. "Your recent filings describe industrial fabrication capacity with applications in planetary-scale atmospheric generation. The Federation's technical assessment classifies this as strategic capability requiring oversight." "The Loom is industrial fabrication equipment," Thorne corrected. "Atomic assembly systems the hegemony used for manufacturing. We've repurposed it for commercial production. No different than any other fabrication facility except in scale and efficiency." The scale is what concerns us, Supervisor Thorne. Planetary scale fabrication has strategic implications. Industrial fabrication has commercial applications, Thorne replied. The fact that we can manufacture large quantities of material doesn't change the regulatory classification. Senator Marshall exchanged glances with other committee members, which suggested they were about to transition from preliminary questions to the actual reason for the hearing. Supervisor Thorne, another senator spoke up, Senator Rodriguez from the Defense Oversight Committee. The Federation has documented concerns about your operational autonomy. Specifically, you're operating a hegemony warship with strategic-level capabilities while claiming independent territorial status. That creates security risks. The Corpus is a salvaged vessel operating under documented commercial authority, Thorne replied. Federal salvage law permits operational autonomy for salvage operators. The capabilities are incidental to the vessel's original military purpose, not evidence of strategic threat. The capabilities include weapons rated for megaton-range detonations and fabrication systems that could manufacture entire fleets, Rodriguez continued. The committee has received recommendations from Defense Department officials suggesting the Corpus poses unacceptable risk if allowed to continue independent operations. What kind of recommendations? Thorne asked. Recommendations for federal intervention to secure strategic systems and prevent potential hostile action. Rodriguez pulled up a classified document on the committee display. The Defense Department has identified remote access protocols in the Corpus's reactor control systems, hegemony failsafe mechanisms that allow emergency shutdown from external sources. Remote kill switch, Thorne said, his voice carrying no surprise, just acknowledgement of what he'd been calculating would eventually happen. Emergency safety protocol, Rodriguez corrected. Designed to prevent reactor catastrophic failure in the event of hostile takeover or crew incapacitation. The Defense Department believes activation of this protocol would render the Corpus non-operational and allow for safe federal seizure. You're going to attempt remote shutdown. We're explaining our options, Supervisor Thorne. The committee has authorization to recommend activation if we determine the Corpus poses unacceptable security risk. Rodriguez made a notation. You understand that this hearing is your opportunity to demonstrate why such measures aren't necessary. Boss, Grease said from the engineering console, keeping her voice off the Senate transmission channel. They're probing our reactor control network. Federal access codes attempting authentication through the hegemony failsafe protocols. Let them in, Thorne replied, still maintaining neutral expression for the Senate feed. Boss, let them authenticate. They need to believe the kill switch works. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. Monitor the access attempt, but don't block it. On the Senate feed, Rodriguez was conferring with committee staff, probably receiving confirmation that Defense Department technicians had successfully accessed the hegemony failsafe systems. Supervisor Thorne, Rodriguez said, returning attention to the hearing. We've just received confirmation that federal technical teams have established connection to the Corpus reactor safety protocols. As chairman of the Defense Oversight Committee, I'm authorized to activate emergency shutdown if this committee determines you pose immediate security threat. You're activating the kill switch, Thorne said. We're exercising legitimate safety authority over strategic systems that were originally federal property. Rodriguez corrected. Do you have any statement you'd like to make before we proceed? I have technical specifications you should review before proceeding. Thorne pulled up a schematic on his tablet, transmitting it through the Senate feed so it displayed on the committee screens. Specifically regarding modifications we've made to the Corpus's gravitational systems. The schematic showed the Corpus's gravity manipulation network, with particular emphasis on subsystems that extended beyond the vessel's hull and connected to external gravitational sources. What are we looking at? Marshall asked, studying the display. The Moonlink, Thorne replied. When we repaired the Corpus's gravity control systems, we discovered the hegemony had configured them to use external gravitational anchors for stability augmentation. The Moon's gravitational field, specifically. We've maintained that connection and enhanced it. Enhanced how? The Corpus's gravity generators are currently synchronized with 17% of the Moon's mass, Thorne said, his voice carrying the flat certainty of someone explaining physics that would end a planet. We're using lunar gravitational potential as a stabilization reference for our internal systems, reactor control, atmospheric processing, structural integrity, all tied to lunar gravitational stability. You're using the moon for power regulation, Rodriguez said, processing implications. We're using the moon as a gravitational anchor, Thorne corrected. The connection is bidirectional. We pull stability from lunar mass. If our systems catastrophically fail, such as through emergency reactor shutdown initiated by external kill switch activation, the gravitational feedback propagates back through the moon link. Propagates how? Catastrophically. Thorne pulled up failure cascade modeling on his tablet. Our reactor maintains a dark matter containment field synchronized to lunar gravitational frequency. Emergency shutdown collapses that field. The collapse generates gravitational shock wave that propagates through the moon link at approximately 0.99% of light speed. And hits the moon, Marshall said, his voice gone quiet. And destabilizes 17% of lunar mass through resonance cascade, Thorne confirmed. The moon's internal structure fractures. Surface facilities experience seismic events measuring approximately magnitude 9.7. Subsurface colonies lose structural integrity. Total casualty estimate, 240,000 people across 17 lunar installations. The Senate chamber went silent for approximately 12 seconds while senators calculated that activating the kill switch wouldn't just disable the Corpus, it would kill every person living on the moon. You're threatening to destroy the moon, Rodriguez said finally. I'm explaining the consequences of activating emergency reactor shutdown protocols on a vessel whose gravitational systems are synchronized to external celestial bodies, Thorne corrected. The moonlink wasn't created as a weapon. It's a stability system the hegemony designed for vessels operating near large gravitational sources. We've maintained it because it improves our operational efficiency. You tied your ship to the moon knowing it would prevent us from using the kill switch. I tied our ship to the moon because it provided gravitational stability for our jury-rigged systems, Thorne said. The fact that it creates mutual destruction consequences is simply accurate physics. If you activate the kill switch, you kill the moon. If I'm destroyed, the moon dies. That's not a threat. That's engineering reality. Senator Marshall leaned forward, studying the moon link schematics with the expression of someone who had just realized they were negotiating with physics rather than politics. Let me understand this correctly, he said. You're saying that if we activate the kill switch, 240,000 lunar colonists die. I'm saying that emergency reactor shutdown creates gravitational feedback through the moon link that destabilizes lunar structural integrity, Thorne replied. The casualty estimate is based on standard seismic survival rates for underground facilities experiencing magnitude 9.7 events. This is blackmail. This is engineering documentation, Thorne corrected. I'm not threatening to activate anything. I'm explaining the physical consequences of your proposed action. You have a kill switch. I have a ship tied to a moon. You pull your trigger, my reactor fails, the moon breaks. That's not blackmail. That's cause and effect. You designed this system to prevent federal intervention. I maintained this system because it provided gravitational stability, Thorne said. The hegemony built the moon link. We just kept it running. The fact that it creates mutual destruction consequences is incidental to the engineering requirements. Rodriguez was conferring with Defense Department staff off-camera. Their voices too quiet to transmit clearly, but their body language suggesting they were confirming the physics and coming to unpleasant conclusions. The Defense Department confirms the gravitational synchronization, Rodriguez said finally. Their analysis suggests your cascade modeling is accurate. Kill switch activation would trigger lunar seismic events consistent with your casualty estimates. Correct, Thorne replied. So we can't shut you down without killing 240,000 people. Correct. And we can't seize the Corpus without triggering the same cascade. Any action that causes catastrophic reactor failure produces the same gravitational feedback, Thorne confirmed. Kinetic strikes, boarding actions, sabotage. Anything that destroys our reactor while the moon link is active kills the moon. Can you deactivate the moon link? Yes. It would take approximately 6 months to safely disconnect the gravitational synchronization and reconfigure our systems to operate without external stability anchors. Thorne made a notation on his clipboard, during which time the Corpus would be vulnerable to exactly the kind of federal intervention this hearing is exploring. I'm not inclined to create that vulnerability. So you're holding the moon hostage. I'm operating a salvaged vessel with systems tied to external gravitational sources for stability purposes. Thorne corrected. The hostage situation is a consequence of federal kill switch activation protocols, not my operational requirements. If you'd like to avoid mutual destruction scenarios, don't activate the emergency shutdown. This is unacceptable. This is physics, Thorne replied. You can call it unacceptable, but gravity doesn't respond to policy objections. Marshall called for recess, which lasted approximately 40 minutes while the committee consulted with legal counsel, Defense Department officials, and probably half the federal cabinet trying to determine if there was any way to neutralize the Corpus without committing moon-scale genocide. When the hearing reconvened, Marshall's expression suggested they'd concluded there wasn't. Supervisor Thorne, he said, choosing words with obvious care, this committee has reviewed the Moonlink documentation with our technical advisors. They confirm your gravitational cascade analysis. We cannot proceed with kill switch activation without unacceptable civilian casualties. Correct, Thorne replied. Which means we cannot forcibly seize the Corpus without triggering the same casualties. Also correct. So you've created a situation where federal authority cannot be enforced. Marshall made a notation. That's rebellion, Supervisor Thorne. Using threats of mass civilian death to prevent legitimate government action. I'm not a rebel, Senator, Thorne said, and his voice carried the same flat certainty he'd been using for 4 months to explain that regulations meant what they said, and physics worked the way it worked. I haven't attacked federal assets. I haven't declared independence through military action. I haven't organized resistance movements or recruited insurgents. I'm operating a salvaged vessel using systems the hegemony installed. The fact that those systems create mutual destruction consequences with federal intervention isn't rebellion. It's engineering reality. You're preventing us from exercising legitimate authority. I'm explaining the physical consequences of trying to exercise that authority, Thorne corrected. You have legal jurisdiction to attempt seizure. I have a very big hammer tied to the moon. You can try to take my ship, but physics doesn't care about jurisdiction. The moon breaks either way. A very big hammer, Marshall repeated, the phrase carrying implications that probably summarized 4 months of bureaucratic warfare better than any formal analysis. Correct, Thorne said. I didn't build the hammer. The hegemony did. I just noticed it was connected to something important and decided not to disconnect it. You're free to argue about whether that constitutes rebellion or prudent engineering. The moon doesn't care either way. The silence that followed lasted approximately 20 seconds, during which Marshall probably calculated that explaining to voters why the Federation had killed 240,000 lunar colonists to seize a salvage operation would end more careers than just acknowledging defeat. This committee will recommend that the Defense Department not proceed with kill switch activation, Marshall said finally. We'll also recommend that federal seizure attempts be suspended pending further legal review of jurisdictional claims and operational safety concerns. Thank you, Senator, Thorne replied. However, Marshall continued, this committee will also recommend that the Federation negotiate formal settlement of territorial status, commercial agreements, and debt obligations to establish clear legal framework for ongoing Corpus operations. I'm prepared to negotiate, Thorne said. My terms are documented in the sovereignty petition filed with the UN Interstellar Council. Recognition of territorial independence, withdrawal of seizure attempts, debt restructuring to manageable payment schedules, and acknowledgement that the Corpus operates under sovereign authority rather than federal jurisdiction. Those terms are functionally demanding we recognize you as an independent nation. Those terms are demanding you acknowledge the engineering reality that you can't seize my ship without killing the moon, Thorne corrected. Whether you formalize that acknowledgement as sovereignty recognition or negotiate alternative arrangements is a political question. The physics doesn't change either way. And the Moonlink? You'll maintain this hammer indefinitely? I'll maintain gravitational stability systems as long as they're necessary for operational safety, Thorne replied. If the Federation recognizes our sovereignty and withdraws seizure attempts, we can discuss long-term modifications to reduce mutual destruction dependencies. But that's a conversation that happens after recognition, not before. You're not giving us much choice. I'm giving you the choice between acknowledging reality and trying to fight physics, Thorne said. Most people find reality cheaper. The Senate hearing concluded at hour 3 with formal recommendations that Defense Department officials looked like they wanted to argue with, but couldn't, because physics didn't accept policy objections. Thorne disconnected the remote link and leaned back in the bridge command chair, reviewing the documentation that showed the Federation had just been defeated by a gravitational synchronization system he'd maintained because it made the reactor run more efficiently. "Boss," Grease said from the engineering console, "they really think you tied us to the moon just to prevent the kill switch. They think I'm operating strategically," Thorne replied. "They can't process that I maintained the moon link because it reduced reactor thermal stress by 0.3% and improved gravity field coherence. The fact that it creates mutual destruction consequences was incidental to the engineering benefits." Incidental moon-destroying hammer. Incidental gravitational feedback cascade with lunar structural implications, Thorne corrected. The hammer analogy is imprecise but adequate for Senate testimony. And now? Now the Federation negotiates settlement terms because they've calculated that fighting physics costs more than acknowledging sovereignty, Thorne said. "We'll file formal recognition petitions with the UN within the week. The vote will pass because no one wants to explain to lunar colonists why they should support killing 240,000 people to seize a salvage operation. We won. We demonstrated that federal kill switch activation creates unacceptable collateral damage," Thorne corrected. "Victory is the term senators will use when they explain why they're recognizing our sovereignty. I prefer successful application of engineering constraints to policy negotiations." The Corpus groaned under the weight of gravitational synchronization that had just transformed it from salvage operation into untouchable sovereign territory, its systems tied to lunar mass through physics that didn't care about federal authority. Below them, Earth rotated with senators who had just learned you couldn't kill switch a vessel tied to a moon without committing genocide. Above them, the moon maintained its orbit, blissfully unaware that 17% of its gravitational field was synchronized to a dark matter reactor that would destroy it if anyone tried emergency shutdown procedures. In the Senate chamber, Marshall was probably filing recommendations that amounted to acknowledging that Thorne had won by noticing the hegemony had built a hammer and deciding to leave it connected to something important. In Federal Building 7, Defense Department officials were probably running simulations confirming that yes, gravitational cascade through synchronized mass created lunar seismic events measuring magnitude 9.7. And no, there wasn't a way to prevent it without 6 months of careful system modification that Thorne had no incentive to provide. And in Thorne's clipboard, approximately 400 pages of documentation showed how a moon-sized wreck had achieved independence by explaining to senators that physics worked a certain way, and they could either acknowledge that or try to fight gravity. One approach was cheaper. "Boss," Grease said, pulling up reactor status on her console, "should we actually deactivate the moon link? If the Federation recognizes sovereignty, we don't need the hammer anymore." "The moon link reduces reactor thermal stress by 0.3%, Thorne replied. "That's measurable efficiency improvement. Why would we deactivate it?" "Because it threatens 240,000 people with death if our reactor fails." "Our reactor isn't going to fail. We maintain proper safety protocols." Thorne made a notation. "The moon link stays active. If the Federation wants it deactivated, they can negotiate safety modification timelines after they recognize our sovereignty and withdraw seizure attempts. Until then, we maintain operational efficiency." "You're keeping the hammer." "I'm maintaining gravitational stability systems that provide documented engineering benefits," Thorne corrected. "The fact that those systems create deterrent effects is simply accurate physics." The violet steam continued venting from the reactor, creating the sensor denial cloud that had protected them for 4 months and would continue protecting them for as long as operations required. The Leviathan Cannon stood ready to deliver megaton-range deterrence. The loom hummed in standby, waiting to demonstrate planetary-scale fabrication. The scrap metal hull absorbed radar and concealed God-tier technology behind industrial ugliness, and the moonlink synchronized 17% of lunar mass to the Corpus's gravitational field, creating mutual destruction consequences that senators had just learned couldn't be resolved by kill switches or policy objections. Somewhere in the constitutional law offices, lawyers were probably drafting sovereignty recognition frameworks that acknowledged you couldn't seize a ship tied to a moon without killing everyone living there. Somewhere in the engineering departments, physicists were probably confirming that yes, gravitational feedback cascades worked exactly the way Thorne said they worked, and no, there wasn't a loophole. And somewhere in Thorne's office, a very big hammer remained connected to something very important, not because it was strategic, but because it made the reactor run 0.3% more efficiently. The universe didn't care about hammers, but the Senate did, and that was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 17. Looming Earth. The bridge observation port displayed Earth in the kind of detail that suggested the Corpus's sensors had been upgraded beyond commercial salvage specifications and into the category of equipment that could measure planetary atmospheric composition from 300,000 kilometers away. Thorne stood at the viewport watching real-time atmospheric data scroll across his tablet, tracking nitrogen concentrations, oxygen levels, and particulate density in Earth's troposphere, with the precision of someone who was either monitoring environmental health or preparing to bill someone for fixing it. "Boss," Grease said from the engineering console, "the loom's been running continuous atmospheric fabrication for 6 weeks. Total output is approximately 3 million tons of nitrogen-oxygen mix. We're venting it in dispersal patterns that intersect Earth's upper atmosphere and supplement natural circulation." "Supplemental atmospheric density," Thorne said, studying the sensor data. "Earth's industrial pollution has been degrading atmospheric quality for approximately 2 centuries. We're manufacturing replacement atmosphere to restore pre-industrial baseline composition. We're repairing Earth's air. We're conducting large-scale atmospheric fabrication with deployment patterns that happen to intersect Earth's atmospheric circulation systems," Thorne corrected. "The restoration effect is simply a consequence of matching our fabrication output to documented atmospheric deficiency. The Federation is going to notice we're manufacturing their planet's atmosphere." "The Federation has been noticing for 6 weeks, Thorne replied. "They filed 3 formal inquiries about our atmospheric operations. I responded that we're conducting commercial fabrication demonstrations using Earth's atmospheric system as a quality verification baseline. They haven't objected because the net effect is measurably improving their air quality." The atmospheric restoration was visible from Earth's surface as shimmer bands in the upper atmosphere where fabricated nitrogen-oxygen mix was dispersing through natural circulation patterns and mixing with existing air at altitudes between 80 and 120 kilometers. The shimmer was caused by refractive index variations where fresh atmosphere met degraded industrial air, creating optical effects that looked like aurora at lower latitudes and made atmospheric scientists wonder if they were witnessing natural phenomena or manufactured environmental repair. They were witnessing both. The loom was manufacturing atmosphere at rates that supplemented Earth's natural air with enough fresh nitrogen-oxygen to measurably reduce particulate pollution concentrations in the troposphere by approximately 0.8% over 6 weeks. 0.8% didn't sound significant until you calculated it represented 3 million tons of breathable air that hadn't existed 6 weeks ago and was now circulating through Earth's atmosphere, cleaning industrial pollutants through simple dilution. "Boss," Grease said, pulling up atmospheric composition maps. "The Federal Environmental Monitoring Network is showing measurable improvement in air quality across 17 industrial zones. Particulate density down 0.8%. Oxygen concentration up 0.03%, nitrogen ratios stabilizing toward pre-industrial baseline." "Documented," Thorne replied, making a notation. "Continue current fabrication rates. I want sustained atmospheric supplementation for another 6 weeks before we redirect loom capacity to Mars operations. We're going to repair Earth's atmosphere and then move on to terraforming Mars. We're going to demonstrate atmospheric fabrication capacity at Earth-scale operations and then apply the same techniques to Mars atmospheric generation," Thorne corrected. "The repair terminology is imprecise but adequate for public consumption." The Mars atmospheric fabrication began at week 8, which was early enough that Earth's atmospheric restoration was still visible as shimmer bands, but late enough that the Federal Environmental Network had published 3 reports confirming air quality improvements and attributing them to unknown atmospheric supplementation from orbital sources. Thorne redirected 70% of loom capacity to Mars-specific fabrication, manufacturing atmosphere tailored to Martian gravity and atmospheric pressure requirements while maintaining enough Earth-directed output to sustain the restoration effect. Mars needed approximately 9 quadrillion kilograms of atmosphere to achieve Earth-equivalent surface pressure. At current loom capacity, that timeline was 28 years. At scaled capacity with additional fabrication units, it could be reduced to 4 months. Thorne was operating at current capacity because 28 years of guaranteed fabrication contracts was more sustainable than 4 months of intensive operations that would require justifying to the Federation why he was manufacturing planet-scale atmospheres at accelerated timelines. "Boss," Grease said at week 10, "we've got visible atmospheric accumulation on Mars. The fabricated nitrogen-oxygen is settling in the Hellas Basin region and creating a localized breathable zone approximately 40 kilometers in diameter." "Documented," Thorne replied. "Continue current fabrication rates. Notify the Lunar Council that initial Mars atmospheric deployment is producing measurable results ahead of contracted timeline. We're creating breathable atmosphere on Mars. We're fulfilling contractual obligations to deliver atmospheric fabrication services to participating lunar colonies," Thorne corrected. "The fact that those services involve manufacturing Mars a breathable atmosphere is simply accurate project description. And Earth? We're still repairing their air while terraforming Mars. We're conducting parallel atmospheric fabrication operations targeting 2 different planetary systems," Thorne said. "Earth supplementation, Mars generation. Both use the same industrial processes, just different deployment parameters. We're repairing 2 planets simultaneously. We're demonstrating loom capacity at multiplanetary operational scales," Thorne corrected. "There's a difference." The realization hit the Federation at week 12, which was late enough that they'd been watching atmospheric restoration on Earth and atmospheric generation on Mars for 3 months, but early enough that they hadn't fully processed the implications. The transmission arrived from Federal Strategic Planning Office, which was the department that calculated long-term resource dependencies and advised the government on situations where commercial entities accumulated enough leverage to dictate policy. "Corpus salvage territory," the message began, transmitted without personal attribution, which suggested this was institutional assessment rather than individual inquiry. "The Federation has been reviewing your atmospheric fabrication operations. We note that you're currently supplementing Earth's atmosphere while simultaneously generating Mars' atmosphere. This creates strategic dependency." "Good afternoon," Thorne replied. "I'm prepared to discuss our fabrication operations." "You control the only facility in human space capable of manufacturing planetary-scale atmospheres," the transmission continued. "Earth's environmental restoration now depends on your continued operations. Mars terraforming is entirely dependent on your loom capacity. The lunar colonies depend on your commitment to the terraforming contracts. You effectively control atmospheric resources for the entire inner solar system. I control industrial fabrication capacity with applications in atmospheric generation," Thorne corrected. "The dependency relationship is simply a consequence of being the only operator with sufficient scale to manufacture atmospheres at planetary quantities. You're the board of directors for the star system's atmospheric resources." "I'm the operator of the only atmospheric fabrication facility," Thorne replied. "Whether that constitutes directorial authority is a semantic question. Operationally, yes. Decisions about atmospheric production, deployment priorities, and fabrication timelines are made by Corpus administration, which currently consists of myself and 42 crew members operating a salvaged hegemony dreadnought. 43 people controlling 2 planets' atmospheric futures. 43 people operating the industrial equipment necessary to manufacture atmospheres," Thorne corrected. "The control terminology is accurate, but overstates our authority. We're fabricators, not governors. We manufacture what's contracted, deploy according to specifications, and bill for services rendered. And if you stop operations, then Earth's atmospheric restoration halts and pollutant concentrations resume degradation patterns. Mars' terraforming timeline extends to Federation's 400-year estimate using conventional methods. The lunar colonies lose their primary terraforming service provider." Thorne made a notation. "Those are consequences of cessation, not threats of leverage. We have no intention of stopping operations. Continuous fabrication is more profitable than strategic withholding." The federal acknowledgement came through formal channels at week 14, transmitted as amendment to the sovereignty recognition documents rather than separate policy statement. The United Earth Federation recognizes that Corpus Salvage Territory operates the sole atmospheric fabrication facility capable of planetary-scale production within the solar system. This operational monopoly creates de facto administrative authority over atmospheric resource allocation for Earth, Mars, and associated colonial territories. The Federation acknowledges Corpus administration as the primary board of directors for solar system atmospheric management, subject to existing contractual obligations and interstellar commerce treaty provisions. Board of Directors. 43 salvage operators running a moon-sized wreck had just been formally designated as the governing authority for 2 planets' air supply. Thorne read the amendment twice, confirmed the legal language was binding, and filed it with the rest of the sovereignty documentation. "Boss," Grease said, reading the same amendment on her tablet. "They just made us the board of directors for the solar system's atmosphere." "They acknowledged operational reality," Thorne corrected. "We control atmospheric fabrication. Fabrication control equals resource allocation authority. The board designation is simply accurate administrative classification. We're in charge of Earth's air. We're in charge of supplemental atmospheric fabrication that Earth currently requires for environmental restoration," Thorne said. "If they develop their own planetary-scale fabrication capacity, the board authority transfers. Until then, we're the only operators capable of manufacturing atmospheres at necessary scales." "And Mars?" "Mars is entirely dependent on our fabrication for the next 28 years, Thorne replied. "We're the board for Mars atmospheric generation by default. No alternative providers exist. 43 people running 2 planets. 43 people operating industrial fabrication equipment with applications in planetary atmospheric management," Thorne corrected. "There's a difference." Grease stared at her tablet for approximately 6 seconds, processing the fact that a salvage crew that had started 4 months ago with 47,000 credits in auction winnings was now formally recognized as the administrative authority for solar system atmospheric resources. "Boss," she said finally, "how did we get here?" "We filed salvage claim, maintained the ship, established commercial operations, demonstrated fabrication capacity, and waited for everyone to calculate that fighting us cost more than recognizing us," Thorne replied. "Standard market entry for monopoly service providers. We became the board of directors by accident. We became the board of directors by operating the only facility capable of manufacturing what the market required," Thorne corrected. "The accident was discovering the loom. The board status is just consequence of capability combined with sustained operations. And now?" "Now we continue operations per documented parameters," Thorne said, pulling up the production schedules. "Earth atmospheric supplementation, Mars terraforming, lunar colony contracts, agricultural exports, security services. We maintain the revenue streams that justified the board designation." "That's it? We're the board of directors for 2 planets and we just keep manufacturing?" "Correct." Thorne made a notation on his clipboard. "Board authority without operational continuity is meaningless. We maintain the fabrication capacity that created the authority. Everything else is just administrative classification." Thorne stood at the bridge viewport watching Earth below, the shimmer bands still visible in the upper atmosphere, where 3 million tons of fabricated air was circulating through natural systems and improving environmental quality by fractions of percentages that would compound over decades. Beyond Earth, Mars showed the faint atmospheric haze that marked the Hellas Basin breathable zone. 40 kilometers of manufactured air that would expand to planetary scale over 28 years of sustained loom operations. The Corpus groaned under the weight of being designated Board of Directors for Solar System Atmospheric Resources, its 43 crew members now formally responsible for managing air supply for 2 planets and 17 lunar colonies. No heroics had been required, no revolution, no war. Just industrial fabrication at scales that made everyone dependent enough that the only rational choice was formalizing the dependency as administrative authority. Thorne reviewed his clipboard, checking off the final items on the 4-month operational timeline. Salvage claim, filed and recognized. Ship operations, stable and profitable. Commercial contracts, established and expanding. Sovereignty, recognized by UN vote. Board status, acknowledged by federal amendment. Debt, restructured to sustainable payments. He made one final notation at the bottom of the page. then looked up at Grease, who was still processing the board designation. "Check the inventory, Grease," Thorne said, his voice carrying the same flat certainty he'd been using for 4 months to explain that regulations meant what they said and physics worked the way it worked. "I think we're missing a few thousand tons of ego. And salvaging Doom."